Whoa, bro. Looking good, man. You working out? You lost weight? Wow. Great suit, by the way. You working out, man? You're looking good. That's a nice suit. What is that? What is that made of? You know, velour? What, a silk robe?
Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name That Umbrella Guy. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me, or I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me, or I'm a man.
Rolling up, I'm feeling fly, yeah, I'm so damn fresh. Got that platinum grill, bringing in the chest. Diamonds in my mouth, shining when I speak. That umbrella guy, flossing, speaking geek. Ice on my teeth, I'm dripping so hard. Platinum grills, I'm the king of the boulevard. Throwing money in the club, making haters mad. I'm the baddest in the game, no one gets a pass. Ooh yeah. Crushing all these lines, yeah, I feel fly. Rolling on the dubs, that umbrella guy. Iced out flow on the boulevard. You ain't a comic gangster, don't be playing hard. Ice on my teeth, I'm flying so high. Dropping the bass, that umbrella guy. One drill to rule them all, one drill to bind them. Baby, I'm so iced out, gonna blind them. Rolling in town, I'm an army of one. Doing verbal walk-bys, blazing like the sun. Riding in my whip, crushing false accusers. Dropping off the bass on the real abusers. Yeah. Living life fast, no time for the slow. Justice on my mind, stacking up on my throat. Life in the fast lane, no time to blink. Ice on my teeth, watch it when I speak. Chillin' on my rhymes, never missing a beat. Ice on my teeth, yeah, I'm living that sweet. That umbrella guy, bringing the platinum heat. Crushing every hater, no time for defeat. Oh yeah.
All right, what's up, folks? We actually have the court footage. Man, I'm looking forward to this. I haven't sat down and watched it yet. I'm looking forward to it. What's up, folks? Welcome to a Saturday edition of not really playing live streaming, but what the heck, let's do it anyway. Oh, man, I swear. I was noticing as people get in, too. Let me pull up something I wanted to show you as well, because I thought this was interesting. Every time I think Laura is finally stopping her commentary, she starts back up again. And it's kind of funny. She's been on Twitter. She ghosts a lot of this stuff when she does it, by the way. So, unless somebody catches it, or you wouldn't even know it happens. By the way, thank you for the gifted membership too, Fallen Hero. Appreciate you. By the way, if you do enjoy the channel, consider sharing for sure, telling people we're live, subscribing, and backing for sure as well. Appreciate that. Laura, what's up, by the way? Thank you also for a gifted membership. Thank you. Appreciate that. It has been a lively week. It's been an interesting one. I mean, for sure. We have this stuff I'm going to show you. Do you know Neil, it depends on the person pronouncing. Neil Gaiman or Neil Gaiman, the writer, creator of many a series out there. Yeah, he's a big listening believer too, by the way. He's backed a lot of people being knocked out of writing, comic industry. He backed Amber Heard. He's always backed the listen to, Well, he just got a 4-part series on how he is allegedly a predator. So I thought that was kind of fascinating. I'm going to do my own live stream on that one for sure. Oh, man, it's crazy. Like all the listening believers. And it's fascinating because, of course, he came out and he said, I'm not guilty. I didn't do anything wrong, And I was like, yeah, And typically, that I'm fine with that, of course, But the people who go out and destroy other people's lives based on accusations, you would expect them to eat that accusation, right? I mean, they should just take one for the team. Sure, yeah. Hey, what's up, Toadette, by the way? Thanks for the 11 there. Appreciate that. Thank you for streaming this. Well, appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you, too. I appreciate all of you, like I said. I'm going to do this one, and I want to do... I want to go over that crazy news stuff. I'll probably do it Monday since Jeremy Hale actually live streams, but I want to go over that crazy video with the allegations that John Cook pulled a gun on somebody. That's nuts. So let me show you this, and then we'll look into that. So the original message that she was responding to had been deleted by the time I saw it. The person pulled it down. And Laura Owens actually responds to this. Now, again, I'm pretty sure this is Laura Owens. She went on that respond kick when all the Medium articles were coming out. Pretty sure that's her. If it's not, she wants to prove that on something else, that's fine too. I'm sure later on she'll say, I'm hacked or whatever. But it's fascinating. I put at the end of the title that she blames you for everything that went on. She doesn't blame herself. She blames you. So her response to the original post was, there's three screenshots, by the way. I'm only responded to protect my ex Andrew, who is a great guy and with whom I had a serious relationship. The Andrew I reported to the FBI in 2022 was a different man who lived in a different state. Stop spreading your malicious lies and dragging innocent people into your malicious gossip. And they got a response to this. They got a, weird, the great guy Andrew also believes you to be a sick fraud and didn't for 1 second consider you and he to be in a serious relationship. Are you still kidding yourself? So she responds, 1 second here. Make sure it's locking these in good. There we go. Response, my first reaction was to get defensive and post a lease photo. But you're just an obsessive stalker. I don't need to justify my relationship with Andrew, which you know nothing about. It's mind-blowing that you work as a paralegal and then tags in a workplace. Trying to get somebody fired, essentially, for mentioning stuff. Which, yeah, gonna kind of be hard to do that, by the way, Laura. Going after people's jobs is going to be difficult because all they got to do is pull up this little thing we call a judge's decision. And I'm sure any employer out there, they're to fire you after that, after she has a judge's decision come in that looks like the one that Laura had go against her. Yeah, you might have a lawsuit on your hand. That's assuming a workplace would care, even if it didn't. But the response was, I wouldn't call it mind-blowing, but I do love what I do. Much like I'm sure you love your work with horses. It's passionately fulfilling being helping people in some of their toughest times. And I mean this sincerely. Your absolutely relentless trolling has devastated me. I truly hope you treat your clients better than you've treated me. So, blaming again. And you know, what's wild about this is she's keeping up with random people, their workplaces. I mean, she's the investment level is wild when you think about it. You know, I might know, like, you might know a few main people that talk about something, but I mean, she's making a list and checking it twice. She's like the tonsil twin version of Santa Claus. Only I don't want any of those presents left in my tonsil bag. You know what I mean? Ho ho ho! Yeah, indeed. I mean, wait. Allegedly. Oh, sorry. That made me laugh. Ho ho ho! Allegedly. Oh, shit. Okay. So you know, she gets a response from this. I'll throw this in there. I'm sure the public, knowing what you've done, is absolutely devastating you. It would be for me. It's interesting that you decided to target me. I'm certainly not one of your most scathing of your criticizers. Did you send these messages to everyone who has discussed this case? And that's actually a valid question. Because again, you know, this is, like I said, it's somebody that's out there that's just random. I mean, again, nothing against anybody out there, but, you know, I wouldn't know every single person commenting on something. That's not healthy. Like I said, Laura seems like she's keeping a list. And it wouldn't surprise me. She's definitely, again, there is no introspection in anything she says. It's all about, you know, anybody, what their commentary on this has been. It's all trolling. Everything's everyone else's fault. It's crazy, isn't it? Now let's look at this footage. I want to watch this. I really wanted to point that out. I saw that happen the other day, and I was like, that's kind of strange. All right, so let's lock this in here. Closed captions. It'll start black for just a moment. So there will be nothing on the screen for just a second, and then it'll kick in. Okay. So if you
This is the time set in FC 2023-052-11.
So we're getting the actual, I don't know. We're getting the actual court footage from this, finally. You know, it took a little bit of time to do that, but you can see how it's laid out and everything. So this is actually kind of an interesting way to see it. Plus, you're going to see people at different angles. You know, you're going to... Oh, by the way, I want to give props to... I'll lock this back in just a second. But I want to give props to the Schnitzel Ninja. I had to slay that snow because I'm like, I'm mispronouncing everything, and I'm sure I can make that sound even worse. Schnitzel Ninja, though, props to you for uploading this. Make sure that you all go. Make sure that you give love there. Am I going to have to follow? Here's the thing, too. This happens to cases that I follow. Look, you can tell I've been here, I've liked, and I follow. I follow anything that might actually put that up. Look, I'm not following anymore. It ticks me off, man. I hate being unsubbed from channels. I hate that. Freaking YouTube, dude. Anyway, that really annoys me. By the way, Cunning Linguist, thanks so too. What did Laura Owens do when she got to the ball hashtag no gag? Indeed. Oh, Lord. That's... I don't even know what to say for that one. Jason, thanks for the 5 too. I'm still waiting for Laura to shut her grub holster and come here to Wisconsin to sue me. Wonder why she hasn't. I actually wonder, for real. I wonder if she's going to... she is going to sue people. You know, her not being able to win isn't the only thing. I mean, people can still sue you. She could financially devastate herself, you know, and she could grow some YouTube channels at the same time. So we'll see what she does. But anyway, let's get this on here.
And for appearances, please, beginning first with Petitioner's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Gingras on behalf of Laura Owens. Ms. Owens is present with me in court today, along with her mother and our medical expert, Dr. Michael.
Let me make sure this is set at its highest. Yeah, it's set on quality.
Good morning.
It's fuzz, you know, because it's such a small picture. But I was making sure it was on the right quality setting.
You all, and from the respondent, please.
Good morning, Judge. Rick Woodnick. I'm here for Clayton Echard. Also with me is my co-counsel, D'Angelina, and Isabel Rani.
Good morning to all of you. Is that by chance our expert, maybe? Yes. No. Oh, no, I wasn't talking to the media. You're fine. I was talking to Layla. All right. So, counsels, I know we discussed in chambers whether the rule is going to be invoked or not. What did we decide?
We're not invoking it. We're good.
Okay. All right. So then, as I told the parties, that extends your time by 5 minutes. Each party will be given 50 minutes. We will take a 10-minute break roughly halfway through. I allow 10 minutes for technical difficulties because they just happen to everybody. Are either counsel using a laptop that may kick you out on Wi-Fi? No? All right, so that won't be an issue then this morning. And then the additional 10 minutes has now been absorbed into the party's time. Counsel, I note that you wish to make a record before we begin. Did you wish to make that now?
I do, Your Honor, as quickly as I possibly can.
Okay.
So we object to Mr. Michael Maricini being called as a witness. There are two bases for this objection. The first is nondisclosure. I raised this before in a motion in limine, if the court would remember. I don't think the court had all the facts at that time, and I don't know that I had an opportunity to present them. So I just want to briefly explain what the basis is for the nondisclosure objection. I got involved in this case on March 25th, 2024. 2 days after that, Mr. Woodnick served a second supplementary disclosure statement. That was the first time that Mr. Maricini was identified as a witness. The entire
I want to watch his crushing, like, after he gets through this whole spiel. I want to watch the crushing look on his face when he sits down and he's told, you don't get that.
disclosure was a single sentence long, and I'll read it. This witness is expected to testify about his prior interactions with the petitioner, her 2 alleged pregnancies during their relationship, and the subsequent litigation. That was the entirety of the disclosure as to Mr. Maricini.
Is Laura staring at Clayton the whole time, by the way? I mean, you know, I didn't get a good view of her the entire time, but when I'm looking at that, I mean, you tell me. Like, yeah, you know, a lot of her glances definitely were back toward, quote unquote, media, you know, the camera set up. And that would have been looking back toward Clayton. So is that what she's doing the entire freaking time? That's just strange, man. So strange.
As I would in any case, Your Honor, once I got a copy of the file, I started to investigate, and I reached out to the contact person listed for Mr. Maricini, who is a lawyer in California named Randy Sue Pollock. I spoke to Ms. Pollock. She expressed extreme surprise. She had never heard of this case. She had never heard of Mr. Woodnick. She had no idea why I was calling her. I told her that her client had been listed as a witness and that I wanted to know if he was going to come to trial or not. If he was, I may want to speak to him, may want to depose him. She said that she would get back to me and let me know. She sent me an email the next day, dated April 19th, which I have a copy of, and I'll put into the record if Your Honor would allow. She said to me in writing, "My client will not be testifying," referring to Mr. Maricini. I thought, great, one less person, one less time issue to deal with. That remained my understanding until the morning of April 30th, when I received a new disclosure from Mr. Woodnick that totally changed the landscape. This was the first time that I had heard that there was an issue of fake medical records with Mr. Maricini and my client in California some 8 years ago. That's why I, literally within an hour of seeing that information, I filed an emergency motion for a court hearing. The court unfortunately took 2.5 weeks and then denied that. So I was not given an opportunity to explain the problem. Here we are, Your Honor, the morning of trial. I still don't know what Mr. Maricini is going to say. That is a complete violation of Rule 49. The whole purpose of the disclosure rules is to avoid surprise. And yet here we are, surprise, waiting to see what he's going to say.
Surprise!
That's improper. The second issue, Your Honor, deals with this California court restraining order. I think you have a copy of it. It's one of our trial exhibits. We have a court order from the state of California that prohibits Mr. Maricini from being within 100 yards of Ms. Owens. He's in violation of it right now. There is no exception for court appearances. She is so terrified that she may not be able to sit here during this trial. Under the full faith and credit.
She's so terrified that all she can do is stare at Clayton Echard. Wait. I mean, oh, Lord. And she hasn't moved. Like, look at it. Again, I realize that I realize that it's a small picture there and whatnot. I tell you, like if I'm in court or something, I'm be doodling or something else, you know. Like somebody else said, and this is true, that's typical of abusers. Gotta put you in your place, right? In that case. It's so creepy, man. Laura B, thank you for the 249. Amen. Amen indeed. Thank you. And Marina, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to catch people as they come up. For sure. Yeah, I also like, and I have to give love for this. Look, it's broken into chapters. Check that out. Isn't that nice? That's very nice.
That clause of the U.S. Constitution and also under federal law, this court is required to enforce that order as it is written. You can't change it. You can't modify it. You can't disregard it. And yet here we are. So for those two reasons, I would ask the court to exclude Mr. Maricini.
Thank you. Response?
I can do it in 30 seconds, Judge. Number one, you already ruled on this. And number two,
See, okay, like Clayton, if you take him, you could tell from the back of his head where he's situated a specific place. You can tell, like, he's either looking at his team or he looks forward at the judge or somebody testifying. I mean, when you watch him, it's totally different. You know, he's not getting a cramp in his neck by trying to stare someone down. In fact, you know, he's doing his best not to really make eye contact there. So telling, so telling.
There's a lack of transparency in the comments because, number one, Your Honor already saw Mr. Maricini's correspondence to Mr. Gingras as to why he didn't want to talk to him. And number two, Mr. Maricini is here and is available, and certainly Mr. Gingras could have walked out in the hallway and talked to him, but instead he called 911.
Indeed.
Your Honor, just very, very briefly, the whole point here is I wanted to talk to him.
Look at his body language, by the way. He's like, Your Honor. He has that body language of somebody narking another person out. Like, look at it, man. Look, the arms crossed. He just, his body language is exactly like he didn't look the way I would expect, but his body language and the way he comports, carries himself is exactly how I expected.
Mr. Maricini, I wanted to interview him either informally, which I would do in any case, or depose him if he wouldn't participate. I couldn't do that because I didn't have contact information from him, and his attorney told me he wasn't coming. So somebody lied to me. I don't know who it was, but I don't care. The disclosure rules require him to disclose everything to me so that I'm not surprised. That was not done. He shouldn't be allowed to testify.
Thank you. Okay. The court did previously rule on the...
I love the judge. The way, like, did you catch the way that thank you? Like, yeah, what a waste of time. Good job there. Good job. It's going to be funny, like, switching back to him, like, after this, because you know he's going to be all, like, pouty the next time we see him, you know.
My ruling will stand, but I appreciate the record. So at this point, counsel, on your client's behalf, how many people will be testifying, and are they in the courtroom right now?
We have 3, and they are all here.
Okay. Do we have the expert available virtually? Okay. And then, counsel, from your perspective, which witnesses are you calling, and are they all here?
We have Mr. Echard, Mr. Maricini, Mr. Gillespie, and Dr. Deans, who is by phone or by video.
Okay. All right. All right. So what we're going to do at this time is we're going to swear everybody in. That gives the parties a little bit more time. So I'm going to have anyone who is being called as a witness to please raise your right hand to be sworn in. And I apologize, Dr. Deans. I can't see you, but if you would please raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Dr. Deans?
I do.
Thank you. All right. And Counsel may or may not choose to make an opening statement. Just as a strategic method, sometimes attorneys choose to reserve their time for testimony and evidence. That being said, does either party wish to make an opening statement?
I do, Your Honor. I'll take about 15 seconds.
Okay, when you're ready.
Your Honor, the file notwithstanding, I'm actually a fan of keeping things simple. I believe that simple is better. That means focusing on what matters and filtering out what does not matter. We're here on a petition to establish paternity. Unless I'm missing something, the only possible outcomes of that petition are that paternity is established or it is not. There's no baby in this case. There's nothing to establish. Our position is that the petition is moot, that the court can simply deny it, dismiss it, use whatever verbiage you want to. The only remaining issue is, I guess, this issue of...
Is it just me, or is this the longest fucking 15 seconds you've ever heard, by the way? Yeah, Your Honor, I'm going to take 15 seconds. You know, I was sitting here, I was, again, I'm just doing this in my head, so I'm actually doing it slower. I'm doing Mississippi's, you know, 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. I could do counts too. 1, you know. But when I get up to about, 35, I'm like, wait a minute, what happened to? Yeah, I'm only going to take about 15 seconds. You know, it takes him about 15 seconds to blurt out the fact that he's only going to take out about 15 seconds. It's so ridiculous. No wonder their time management was absolute garbage.
Mr. Echard's request for a judgment of non-paternity. My position is he bears the burden of proving that. There's absolutely no evidence to support that. And Ms. Owens, at the end of the day, she was pregnant, Your Honor. The fact that she was pregnant negates everything else that you're about to hear. Whether she lied to an ex-boyfriend 8 years ago has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant last year. Nothing. It does affect credibility, but as you're about to hear from our medical expert...
I love that, by the way. You know, even if you've seen this, I love going back through there and having your own lawyer be like, well, yeah, I mean, she has problems that affect her credibility. She's a liar, but Your Honor, don't pay any attention to that. Don't worry about those credibility issues when you have to take her word for a lot of what's going on. No, Your Honor, just ignore all of that. Why? Because there's not a baby. And it's like, no shit. The question is, now we've gotten past that point. It's no longer about was there ever a baby. That's where you get to. Again, I've had a lot of time to think about this because I've seen this a few times. I've said, I did my own live stream with it. We're getting to look at it again. I actually like that. We're seeing different angles. We're seeing the evidence come up. But on top of that, you've had time to process this. I saw it live. I went through. I saw part through another live stream. I've watched a few other people's coverage. And now being able to sit there again, the argument, he totally skips the point of this particular hearing. We've gotten well past the idea that, sure, she's not pregnant. Everybody knows that. Clayton said that from go. In fact, we've seen interviews with the man. I think it's really telling when we get to go back and we get to plug in all those interviews, where the recent ones where he's been narrating more for us. Because he's telling you how he saw that from go. And even from go, he had a voice in his head telling him that this ain't real. It doesn't make sense. But he said he couldn't believe that a person could be this, his word, evil, to actually fake all of that. So that little voice there, the one that knew, he was looking for, well, maybe there's another way. Maybe she did this to herself. Maybe she took something. Again, they talked about some ways that could happen. But his approach from the beginning, like I said, if you haven't watched those interviews lately, those are very telling because they add in stuff. Clayton, he's talked about this and his stories remain consistent, but he's been able to be just more and more open about it as time went on. As he got closer to the trial and then after the trial, he's been able to fill in like all those gaps. But anyway, continuing here.
Expert, there's objective proof of pregnancy that does not require relying on her credibility. It's that simple.
Don't rely on her.
We would like the
Listen
court
to this guy we
deny
hired.
the petition. There's no basis for fees. There's no fee request in front of you right now. So I guess you could offer some guidance on what the court would do in the future, but there is no sanctions request to grant. There's no fee motion to grant.
Thank you. Counsel, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Generally, no, but today, yes. Judge, we stand by our pretrial statement in detail as verified by Mr. Echard. I'll remind the court that the court not only has the establishment of paternity matter, which was filed woefully inappropriately, as you'll hear today, and as you know from prior pleadings in this matter, but we've got the collateral protective order proceedings and the orders of protection related to that Your Honor indicated that you'd already watched, or we're watching the videos related. That's all before the court today, and Your Honor has authority to make the findings today that the petition was filed in bad faith, that there was pervasive fraud on this court in multiple proceedings, and that attorney's fees and sanctions can be ordered in this matter.
Thank you.
Look how fast he did that, by the way. You know, he did about, 35 seconds or so. You know, the guy who told us he was going to give us 15 seconds, he just keeps going on and on. He manages to kick that out there. 35 seconds. And again, we know the decision in the aftermath because we already have seen, you know, the televised coverage that came out. So his argument, it was succinct, but it was right on. And the judge agreed with everything. Pervasive fraud. It's crazy.
All right, so now we'll begin. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I was going to call.
Okay. Yeah. So as witnesses come up to the witness stand, you can bring water with you. The exhibits will be displayed for you. Please let us know if you can't see it. And counsels, you should each be made a presenter when it's your turn. But if you haven't, please let Layla know.
Judge, are you keeping time, and what's our time check?
Yeah, sure. Petitioners at 4 minutes, 34 seconds. Respondents at 1 minute, 11 seconds.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Your Honor, call Laura Owens.
All right.
Oh.
Laura, how are you feeling?
Nervous.
Okay. Just breathe and we'll get through this really quick, okay? Laura, we talked about the timeline of events.
We're going to get through this really quick, okay? 7 years later. I mean, could you imagine if they would have had all the time that they wanted, by the way? I mean, we had a pretty succinct defense put together with Clayton Echard. You know, they put it together. They put it together very well. Hammered it out. Bam, bam, bam. Could you imagine? See, I actually wish we would have had 7 or 8 hours because Laura, look at the pit she dug just being up there for really a brief time. Think about how deep and dark that pit would have gotten if she would have been allowed to set up there and really go into detail. I mean, she talked herself into potential charges. So, like I said, think about how that could have gone. Man, I really do wish we would have had that. Like we would have had no time limit, you know, or at least like a day or two. That way they could have gone in and we really asked her about stuff. Anyway.
And so I want to just really quickly run through. When did you first meet Mr. Echard?
May the 17th, I believe we connected on LinkedIn.
Okay. And were you intimate with him at some point?
Yes.
What day was that?
May 20th.
At some point after you were intimate with him, did you test positive for pregnancy?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time that happened?
It was the evening of May 31st.
Okay. After you tested positive the first time, did you do anything to confirm the pregnancy?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Banner Health Urgent Care the next day, and I took a test there.
On June 1st?
Yes.
If you can look at the screen in front of you there, it says Exhibit 2. That's actually the wrong number. But that's a printout of the positive pregnancy test you received from Banner?
Yes.
On June 1st?
So we're getting our exhibits pulled up. You know, again, I'm hoping that this thing keeps switching as it's pulled up. But one of the things that we're able to follow along with in this is we actually have a display for everything that's happening right now. What's up, Blind Lawyer Explains, by the way? Thanks for the tip. I would hate to call her as a witness. I'm telling you, like, yes or no questions. Be as succinct as possible. Again, just get to the point. Don't add. Don't story tell. Also, even if you're telling the truth, even if you're on that, you're not supposed to get out in the weeds, because the details, the mire, the more you speak, the more people that are professionals are able to hammer away. So even the most truthful, earnest person, they have problems because these people are paid to tear you apart. A liar like Laura, though, when she gets out there, she has to be a lawyer's worst nightmare. I'm sure lawyers have bad dreams about stuff like this because it is like watching a train wreck. It's amazing. Blind Lori explains all those things too, man. Credibility is critical. When you lie, you're done. Yeah, indeed. Because everything that comes after, that's such a problem.
Yes.
Okay. After you got the second positive test, what did you do?
I told Mr. Echard.
All right. Did you go see him at some point to talk about it?
Yes.
What day was that?
June 17th.
When you went over to his house, I understand?
Yes.
When you showed up at his house, did he ask you to take a pregnancy test?
He did.
Did you know in advance that he was going to give you that test?
I did not.
Did you take the test in front of him?
Yes, I did.
Did he actually watch you pee on a stick?
Yes, he did.
What was the result of that?
It was positive.
After you had the third test that was positive with him, did he send you an email at some point to talk about the situation?
Yes.
All right. Looking at the screen in front of you, is this the email that Mr. Echard sent you on, it looks like June 21st?
Yes.
You've seen the email before. It is this quality, by the way. That is not me. All right, just to say, if you're messing with your settings, that's not on me and it's not on you. Blind Lori explains things are too there. Her attorney can't ask yes/no questions. No, that's where you're right. Yeah, she needs to. They've already ran through this before. This is their version of events. So they've already ran through, and she does damage in the portions that she shouldn't have problems with. That's the real telling thing. We've seen the emails before, by the way. I want to see the images and stuff pop up.
The third paragraph down has some highlighted text, and I'll just read it. Considering you only performed oral sex on me and no vaginal penetration occurred, the chances of you being pregnant seem considerably low. Although, again, maybe rubbing up against one another allowed a sperm to make its way inside you. It's a very low probability. Nevertheless, it is one. First of all, Clayton wrote that to you. Yes?
Yes.
And did you have conversations with him where he told you that he thought you were pregnant?
Yes.
Is that verbal conversations or?
Here's a question, too. His thing, okay, she makes something, I got to think about this as well. So he has this narrative that he puts forward, He's saying from go. She's saying this is not a true narrative, okay? Does she disagree with no penetration in emails? Because here's the thing. Remember, their argument for Clayton, he didn't answer one of her emails. And they were saying because there was no denial, that made something real. So, how far before she gets into coming up with her own twisted narrative? Oh, you're too hot. You know what I mean? There's just, she doesn't deny the fact that she arped him. In fact, she brought that into the conversation. You see what I mean? It's strange. There's so many things that come up in the conversation. I'm not necessarily talking about with penetration or anything, but anything that they bring up. Remember, their argument is if you don't deny it, it happened. So when you think about anything that's in a Clayton Echard email, if you don't deny it, it happened. It's such a bizarre thing. You don't want to be held to that standard. Nobody would, because it's ridiculous. Especially with Laura. She's messaged you 500 times off of 13 different freaking phone numbers. And again, They never brought up how many different services or anything else she was hitting him up on, too. We know LinkedIn, I think Instagram came up. I don't know what other services were in there as well, but she's apparently on everything. I mean, this sounds like a Fatal Attraction series. But Lori explains things for the additional two there, too. I'd be objecting to leading questions. Yeah, they didn't do a lot of objection, really. There are places in here for sure they could have. But they basically, they let them dig their own hole. They wanted them to story tell. You could tell from the approach, them letting them get into this comfort zone. Because when Laura gets into her comfort zone, the lies get worse. They get much, much worse.
Or text or email or all three?
All three.
Okay. Moving right along, after you got this email on, and I'll move to admit, Your Honor, Petitioner's Exhibit A2.
Any objection? A2 is received.
After the email of June 21st, what happened next in terms of your proceeding to verify the pregnancy?
I took additional tests.
Did you have a sonogram done in California?
Yes, I did.
And where was that done?
Planned Parenthood.
And you understand that, I'm sure.
So you want her to dig this hole in. Like the Planned Parenthood is the disaster that she has. Again, we've watched this before. I am talking during this. If you want to, again, you should give love to Schnitzel Ninja anyway. Go to their channel, like it. Thank them for putting this stuff up there because, man, they deserve some love for it. But you can watch it straight through if you just want to do that. With this, like I said, I've had time to really absorb the mistakes. They were in a no-win situation. I don't see how you can walk into this courtroom and truly have the expectation of winning. Maybe Laura is deluded enough that she thought she could, but you know Gingras, his ego may tell him he's going to win, but you know he knew he had no chance whatsoever. I mean, and again, you look at their defense of loss. Remember, the only thing that they really could defend with is to be like, but the judge's daddy. I mean, it wasn't really procedural issues. It's amazing. Like their argument, they knew they were screwed. I mean, they knew it.
I'm sure Mr. Woodnick will ask you about this. Planned Parenthood has not been able to verify that you were ever seen there. You understand that?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes. I went under a fake name when I went there.
Fake name.
Okay. And you had a sonogram done. Did you ever present that sonogram as evidence in any court proceeding anywhere?
No.
We have obviously.
God, so we are, let's see, she starts up, just give me 1 second. She's been on the stand for, we're going to say, less than 3 minutes, okay? I'm going to say a lot less, actually, because they had to get rolling. They had some, intro. Hey, how you feeling today? Stuff like that. But her narrative, she's been up there, 2 minutes? She's already gotten into some of the biggest lies. And within 3 minutes of being on the stand, she has changed her story. Now, I personally think the reason that they did that was because they knew who the expert witness was that Clayton was going to have. I mean, you think about it. They knew that they could not go with, we went here anonymously. You wouldn't have argument as far as paperwork here or a note. You have somebody in the know, recognized as an expert. You know my feelings about experts too. I've ranted about them plenty, but with that specific thing, it's high value. The other stuff is basically canceling each other out. It's a really high stakes of got to cancel this person and their expert witness. It's so ridiculous. I hate that. But the value that I think their expert witness added, the big value, was over the Planned Parenthood thing. It forced them to change their story. And you can tell this was already rehearsed. They come in with this narrative. So she didn't change her narrative on the stand. She changed it before they went to court. because they knew that they were screwed. And I mean, again, what can you do? She could either fess up, game over, or she could try another way. But unfortunately, and to do that for them, they had to lie within 3 minutes. And I mean, again, there are other things they're lying about, but I'm talking about changing your story on the stand, something the judge actually knows about. Emma, by the way, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Presented it in this case, but you've admitted already that you changed the name at the top or the location. Did you change the name at the top of the sonogram?
Of the location, yes.
Why did you do that?
I changed it because Mr. Echard was being threatening towards me, and I didn't want him to know where I had gone and try to track down my providers.
Okay. After
I keep going back to this in my mind too. So she says that she was going to invite him, you know, to prove that this stuff was real. She was going to invite him to the doctors and everything. You know, make him part of everything, right? And yet she didn't want him to know locate. I mean, none of this makes sense to me. None of it. The excuses, and again, we know why the excuses exist. It's to cover up the blatant fact that this is a years old sonogram. And it was used for fraud. But it boggles me. Like, you know what's scary about this case too? Laura's comfortable and adopts lies. And really, I won't say she's been a good liar. She's been a good liar as far as making other cases work for her. But if you go back and read, a lot of this stuff's pretty pronounced. There are really good liars out there. There are people that wouldn't get caught by this stuff. Those people, they're the people that scare me. The Lauras of the world are scary to me because of what they did. But imagine there are people out there that they probably pull shit like this and much worse. And much worse. They destroy people at the drop of the hat. But they're better at it. They're smarter. Laura is not smart. She wasn't from go, and then she got comfortable in her stories, and it you know, it all blew up on her. But anyway.
The Planned Parenthood sonogram, do you remember approximately what date that was? I know you signed a declaration, I think that said July 2nd, and then there may be a conflict. Do you remember what date that was? That you went?
It was actually the end of June.
Okay. Were you in California both weekends? Is that what the confusion was?
Yes.
All right. After the sonogram in California, around July 23rd, did something happen in terms of you passing tissue or anything like that?
Yes.
Can you explain briefly what happened on July 23rd?
Yeah. I wasn't having any symptoms at all, but I did pass tissue that...
I think she tried to change that date too, because they found out that they were caught in a day, the one day that Planned Parenthood wasn't open. So they actually tried to get away from that, because if it was at the end of June, you know, I'm looking at the calendar right now. You know, the end of June would stretch from a Monday to a Friday. Take your pick. But going in with July 2nd, again, as has been noted many times, props to the people who found this too. I didn't even think about looking that specific date up. But that was on the one day that Planned Parenthood was closed. You know, all these things, they lead to problems. I mean, again, you know, there are people that are just now getting to this story too. That's why I want to fill in some of those gaps as well, because I want people to understand this isn't just a false out. This is one of the craziest cases you could ever see, you know? It's one of the craziest ones out there. I want more people to see that, because more people need to realize that when we go out and we look at accusations, again, we can have empathy for people. But look, this is a paternity scandal, but it's so much more. You know, it's just presented as a he doesn't want to be a father. No, this is a life ruiner that has entrapped several people And the justice system up until now has not been able to do anything about it. They've never noticed it. Clayton Echard, in one of his interviews, said this very well. He said the reason that we had to go forward is if we just let it drop, there would be a next guy. And that next guy might not have the resources that I do. Wouldn't be able to fight her. If I can't get justice, then there won't be any justice. And I agree with that. There was no ego in that. Again, I'm paraphrasing. You know, he says it much, much better. He sounds much nicer when I say it too. You know, despite his anger, he sounds kind in that. I mean, he extended her kindness until you couldn't, which is amazing, really. You know, because I mean, he extended her the option of telling the truth. He talked about this in an interview too. He told her that just like she wants dating contracts, he offered her a contract, telling her if you just stop this right here, never say anything else about it at all, won't come after you, won't sue you, won't do anything, it'll be like it never existed. That wasn't good enough. She also, again, she was offered pretty much the same thing in court. There was no guarantee she wouldn't be sued in the aftermath. But she was offered the ability to just drop it and let everything fall. And instead, she didn't do that. And look where you ended up now. Blind Lawyer explains. Thanks for additional 2, by the way. Paternity fraud is the easiest form of fraud. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's all eye-opening when you get into it. I mean, I didn't realize that this system is broken in ways that it's mind-boggling when you really start looking at the flaws and what people can claim and what they can get away with. But paternity, I mean, again, this case cost well over 6 figures for Clayton Echard. Just to get to this point right here. People really need to think about that, because these other people, again, like Clayton said, if he didn't get justice, if he wasn't able to, who could make this fight? Who actually could do that? I very much agree. What's up, Candace, by the way? Thank you for the 2. No statement attached, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you for your backing. Let's continue.
Looked like it could have potentially been a miscarriage. I'm not sure if you're going to pull that up, or if I was looking for something.
I'll wait till.
Okay, yeah. It looked like
Thankfully,
it could potentially be miscarriage tissue, but I wasn't sure.
Did you seek any medical care after July 23rd, after the tissue passed?
Yes.
Related to that?
Yes.
What did you do?
I texted a hotline for pregnancy and miscarriage questions, and I also did an appointment with the telemedicine doctor as well.
Okay, and what did they tell?
Video visit.
I'm sorry, what did they tell you? I should hear say.
They.
Hold on.
Do we know the specific hotline, by the way? Is that manned by medical professionals? I'm just curious. You know, when you call in like so many other hotlines, again, she says hotline text, you know, and in my mind for the, I think expert, you know, like a doctor on standby or something. Are they doctors? Or are they volunteers? Are we talking about, I'm curious. So if that exists, so no. Okay, so you think about this. If this were true, have you ever called in a hotline for any of the stuff that's out there? You know, for medical advice or for, you know, to get a follow-up, even for doctors, like looking for a doctor. You don't talk to professionals, in order to do that, they have to give time. Some of the volunteer places do, but typically, whether you're talking about domestic abuse hotlines or whatever, any of those places, they are manned by volunteers. Now, some of those volunteers, they do have some type of credentialing behind them, but most of the time, you're just going to end up with some random person that they may be able to answer a few questions, but what they do is they refer you to a professional. And that's what they even admit, you know, there is referral to professionals, so not professionals. Yeah, it's never. You talk to dispatch. Indeed, that's pretty much it. You know, you're talking, when you call in, you either have people that are selling you a service, because they want to refer you to something specific, or again, I don't know. I've never dealt with anything specific like that. That obviously would not be something that, I would be calling in about a miscarriage. So I don't know how that lines, but I've dealt with other call-in places, and of course through therapy we've talked to other people that they go through and they end up with you, and when you're discussing that, there are no professionals involved in most of this stuff. So it kills me there. Candace, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Thanks for the 2 there. I still want to know who told her it was twins. Indeed. That's actually a very valid question. They never go to. She got sloppy in this. 11 days in, she's pregnant with twins? How does that Planned Parenthood with twins? I mean, again, where did that first announcement of twins supposedly come from? Did that come from a place? Oh, yeah, I texted a place and they told me. Again, I've got a magic 8 ball online. I could look it up. I could ask it, hey, right now, do you think that I'm pregnant with twins? And it might tell me. Maybe I could refer to it. Not sure there.
1 second. Overruled.
Go ahead.
So there's
that means to go ahead. Okay. What was the question? What did they tell me?
Yeah. What information did they give you, if any?
They told me that I needed to monitor myself, but that they felt like unless I had more symptoms, I didn't need to worry that it was a miscarriage.
Okay. And after July 23rd, did you take
I don't
any
believe
other
that
pregnancy
either.
tests shortly after?
I actually don't believe that either. And you know why? Because there's a liability component to any of these places. When you call some place and a place gives you bad advice and you could prove it, like I call in and they don't refer me for medical assistance. They tell me, don't worry about that at all. They wouldn't do that. If there's even an inkling of a problem, they will refer you over because of liability. Places get sued all the time for giving out shitty advice, and you do not give away your right to sue over something like that simply because you call in somewhere. There is no place that would not refer you. You're like, hey, I've passed this thing. I'm really concerned I might have had a miscarriage. No place is going to be like, well, we can't see this. We don't actually, we can't make we can make a generalization, but we don't have you in front of us. We can examine you. And again, this could be a problem. It could be a problem for her. And if that led to something, again, that's how you get sued. You get sued big time. Niece, thank you for the 5, by the way. Appreciate that. No statement attached. Plenty of statement, though. I mean that. When I say that, the reason I say it like that is because even if you didn't have a question or anything, you backed. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
For that date?
Yes, I did.
What date?
I believe the 27th and then also August 1st before I filed this case.
Okay, so the day that you filed, before you filed this case, how many pregnancy tests did you have?
5.
So you had one on May 31st. You had one on June 1st at Banner. You had another one on June 17th with Clayton. You took one, I have my notes say July 25th, but I think you just testified maybe a little day or two differently. August 1st also. So 5 positive tests before you filed this case.
Yes.
Did you have any negative tests before you filed this case?
No.
Laura, Clayton has argued, let me go back to the night of May 20th. You have, in your deposition, you said that Clayton actually had sexual intercourse with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes.
Did you tell him that night that you did not want to have sex?
Yes.
And did he honor that request?
No.
Laura, you've heard Clayton argue at various...
That makes me mad, by the way. Every time I hear this, it makes me mad. Because they just matter-of-factly accused him of ARB. Again, her excuse where he can't remember that maybe is because he was too high. And he's told you, that he was high on marijuana. Now, he says, I remember everything there. But with her excuse is to say he could not give consent. That would be the definition of ARB. She, though, as part of everything, and this is brought up in the decision by the judge, that was never part of the story from go. Now, there's a frightening aspect of that decision, by the way. If she would have been a better liar and she would have accused him of ARP from go, if she would have gone in and if she would have gone into a doctor, said something, made the accusation, if she had already preloaded that proverbial deck, the judge's statement says they would have given it much more credibility. So if she would have vindictively went with that from go, this life-ruining this is the worst part of this, because that word sticks with you. You're done. You're done. There's no one will touch you. Even the accusation, no proof whatsoever. If somebody says that it's potentially credible. Again, this judge, I think that was a kindness, to be honest, to put that into the decision, by the way. And not, the judge was not doing him favors. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it being there was a kindness. Because even if it would have been ignored, you've seen that with other people. That is life ruining. And that is the intention here. I've seen, again, very briefly, I saw there were two lawyers that were having an affair. The female in it says she didn't know this man was having an affair that she was involved with, but they were having a relation. He was having an affair. He decided to break it off. She, of course, was pissed off, understandably. If her narrative in this is correct, she felt used. So she started sending her self-threatening letters. The man was arrested. It turned out, though, she was not smart enough not to send these through her own work computer and her own laptop, so she got caught. So he ended up released. She was brought in, and right away she accused him of ARP. Now, she's already been caught fabricating details. But what happens? He gets arrested, puts him in jail. He's held until they find out that there was actually an existing relationship. They had that. So this lawyer decides to up the ante. She decides that what she's going to do when she gets in trouble is she's going to try to fake a kidnapping. I kid you not, this is a crazy case, by the way. This is what I'm talking about. So she has an ex-boyfriend get involved. They fake a kidnapping and an escape. She has her ex stab her in the leg. Just crazy stuff. I mean, anyway, we're going to continue.
There's places in this case that you were trying to trap him in some way by what happened here. Can you explain, if you were trying to trap him, why did you tell him that you didn't want to have sex?
Objection leading. I wasn't trying to trap him.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Okay. But you never, that first night with Clayton, you never said to him, let's do it all night long or anything like that?
No.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you tell Clayton that you wanted to have sex that night?
No.
Okay. Laura, let's switch very quickly. Actually, let's go back to our timeline. After you filed the case on August 1, did you do anything in terms of DNA testing to verify the pregnancy and verify that Clayton was the father?
Yes.
What did you do to verify that?
We took a test. Well, I paid for a test in August at RavGen, which was the lab that he chose to conduct the test. And I paid for it, and he did not schedule his part of the test.
So according to my notes,
that is annoying. I had a kid come in. That's why I cut my story off. I apologize. I just turned it off for a second. The kidnapping, they found out that was fake. So this lady, she was given, at first, discretionary life. The courts came back. Think about what this would have done to this guy. Okay, discretionary life. So the courts came back and said that was actually too harsh. And they came back and they gave her a few years in jail. It was a mind-boggling case, though. The whole test portion, though, this part, if you haven't listened to Clayton Echard talk about the test part. It's actually quite fascinating because he really gives you a lot of details and explains how he found out. So we find out about the Ravgen thing. He said the reason that she used it is because there is no way to rule out a liar. They don't test for lies, they test for truths. So they automatically assume that there is a fetus. So when they get little to no fetal DNA, they can test 3 times, but they're not testing to exclude the fact that there isn't a baby. They look at that as some type of error, some kind of issue there. But they're, and again, when you think about all of these different components, you think about them not as a plan that goes sour, but you think about all the places or all the hurdles that Clayton, he ends up running into. And he thinks this will actually, this will show that she's lying because, hey, there's no baby, right? Well, they don't actually eliminate that. Now, if she went in knowing that's what's going to happen, that truly is evil, isn't it? By the way, Cunning Lingless, thanks for the 2 there. She had a gummy too. Indeed. She, yeah, she can't play the game. I'm surprised she didn't try to play that accusation game with him as well, with that kind of stuff. John, thanks for the 5. So they're accusing him of hard R, as well as deadbeat pregnancy denier. This is effing scary. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. They put that, not only did that, okay, so if you didn't read all the documentation leading up to this, what's crazy is that they not only throw this in there, but under Gingras, they take it to another level. He goes in and he says, well, hypothetically, and he gives this hypothetical where multiple people, hypothetically, they would have accused him of ARP. So not only do they accuse him like this, but if you read through, you've got to think about it this way too. You and I may keep up with the case, and we may know something is BS. The media, salacious items like that, they could jump on that and they could ruin him because they may look at a hypothetical and they may treat that like, oh my God, you mean there were multiple accusers? They don't do their due diligence. That is something that you learn about the media very quickly. In fact, people like myself or, a Dave Neal or a Megan or you, any of you that keep up with cases, they consider you obsessive and crazy. Why? Because you go in and you investigate. If you're not just popping off and switching topics, you're some kind of monster. It's crazy what kind of statement that is about them. John, for 10, Manser versus Sir. Man was jailed 5 years for non-payment of child support. Court found out child was not his at 19 years old, hugged the kid, said sorry. She said, don't touch my son. That's wild. It's wild. You know what's wild about all of this? Honestly, I don't expect, maybe Clayton, that's a wild story, first of all, but it shows you something. I don't expect any real ramification from this. Maybe they will do something like force her to, quote unquote, seek help, and they may put her on probation. But I don't really think that they will go farther. I don't think they will really jail her. If they do, I will be surprised. And I'm not saying I don't want that. I'm saying that I absolutely don't expect that. Folks like, or again, you look at people that comment about this. Our better nature comes through, and we want people to get better. We look for reasons why somebody would do something like this, and we just want somebody to get help. But unfortunately, our better nature gets manipulated, just like our better nature gets manipulated when accusations are made falsely. Our inclination is to try to give somebody that virtual hug and try to say, hey, man, we want to be there for you. And to believe people. People want to believe victims. And the justice system, it's more inclined, they don't want to try anybody either. They don't actually want to have to work for it. They like, please, it's easy. It's an easy stat. And the thing with Laura, though, is Laura will double, triple, quadruple down. She'll never admit that she did anything wrong. So as far as with the DA, she and Gingras, Gingras is shut down. Have you noticed that? Unless he said something today that I missed, he's gone dead silent. It's amazing. He was chest pounding the whole time afterwards, went after a judge, everything, said, he's going to take this all the way. He's going to do all of this. And then all of a sudden, poof, everything goes silent. Doesn't have a word to say. Now, Laura did. Laura had quite a bit to say. But Gingras just stopped speaking. And it was kind of fascinating to see. I wonder if he knows that not only is the game up, but everything that he did, with the decision coming in and her potentially facing prosecution. He could face something in this too. He's been wrong about a lot of stuff as well. So he's like, they can't really do anything. Oh, you motivate them. Call them out. See if you can prove them wrong. And again, he did a lot of crazy things in this case. He's motivated people to prove them wrong. And then, like I said, it's just silence. I'm gonna look while we're watching this. I'm gonna see if he said something because Oh, by the way, too, I want to add this while I'm saying this too. So that post from Ron Owens on June 26 off of the account where he called Clayton an anti-Semite, or that account did, and had other stuff. Have you looked at that post? Because I looked at it recently. I'd actually parked I'd parked one of my windows on there. I forgot to close it. It's been setting up here, ignored. I looked at it today. You realize how many people saw that? You had 382 likes, or you have, what is that? Like, love, and you have like a little, I don't know what this expression is. You have the heart, and then you have a little face. It's not laughing or anything. It actually looks like it's supportive. So there's 382 people that click that. You only get a small amount of people. So tens of thousands of people saw this message. It was picked up by the media and everything else. 151 comments were left on it. It was shared 8 times. But it went out there. And there are people that believe that. They believe that because Clayton Echard called her a pest and called her a cockroach, that's somehow comparative with the Yahtzees. Just to say, they've done everything they can to destroy this man. Even when he wins in court, they're out there and they're like, yeah, this guy actually, he's an anti-Semite. It's crazy.
August 15th was the RavGen initial booking for $725 you paid. Is that accurate?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What date did you initially book the RavGen test for?
August 15th,
And what did you pay for it?
$725.
Okay. And why didn't that test go forward, or did it go forward?
Clayton did not schedule his part of the test.
Okay, so you had to cancel?
Yes.
Did you eventually successfully complete the testing?
Yes.
What was the result of that?
It was inconclusive, little to no fetal DNA.
Okay. And do you remember when that result came back?
I believe we took the test up.
See, you noticed her wording there gives away the game with the testing. It's inconclusive. So even though it comes back, again, like I was saying, if you think about this as a planned action, Clayton, again, thought, he talked about, his reaction to it and everything. He thought this would exonerate him. He'd be like, yeah, I'm done. After all, there's nothing there. But no, they don't do that. Even though there is little to no fetal DNA, they are not set up to eliminate evil. Like you said, that's nuts. That's nuts to me. Man, John, thanks for the phone there. Today's your birthday, man. What's up, John, by the way? Everybody give John love. For sure. John, I appreciate the heck out of you, man. I also, I like the fact, like, when I get to, you know, some of you have been around a long time. I've gotten, you know, we agree on stuff, we disagree, whatever, man. But I get to where a lot of you, like, I feel like, you know, I at least know something about you. I know you when you're here. I appreciate you, man. But happy birthday to you. I will even spare you the singing today. Actually, I won't. Happy birthday from all of us to you. No, for real, though. Happy birthday to you, my friend. Thank you. Turn on accepted gifts, folks. Oh, wow. I didn't even see these. Man, John dropped, by the way, 40 gifted memberships. Man, I saw the gifted memberships hit, but I didn't see that. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. But happy birthday to you, too. You know, very much so. Yes, and if you are part of this, if you do attend here, make sure that you can accept. There is a thing where you could have gifts turned off. Like people, I love gifted memberships. I think they're the coolest thing out of anything. Make sure that you can get them, you know. And thank you again, John, man. Thanks. I mean, like I said, I appreciate y'all. There's almost 1,000 people here, and we're watching, you know, this stuff. You can watch it on your own if you want, but you come here. You build up the channels. You build up other channels. Thank you. I mean, I can't say that enough. Appreciate you, folks.
September 28th, so shortly thereafter.
All right. After the RavGen results came back, did you have any further pregnancy tests?
Yes.
Do you remember the date, when and where that happened?
Yeah. It was October the 16th, I believe, and it was at any lab test now.
And was that a quantitative test? Did it involve a blood draw?
It was a blood draw, yes.
And do you remember the results of that test?
It still showed that I was pregnant.
Okay. At some point, did you eventually learn that you were no longer pregnant?
Yes.
What date did that happen?
November 15th, I believe.
And did you go to a facility called Mom Doc?
Yes.
And how many, did they give you a pregnancy test then?
Yes.
More than one test?
They just gave me one test.
Okay. And the results were both negative?
Yes.
Okay. After you learned that you were no longer pregnant November 14th, did you file anything further in this case?
No.
What was your intent? If we go back to the any lab test now, October 16th, you filed a request for mediation 2 days after that, correct?
Correct.
What was your intent in doing that?
I wanted to dismiss the case. I wanted to go over the test results.
Did you know?
Are you kidding me? See, I mean, look at the way this is played out. You know, I was actually planning on doing the right thing. I swear. I actually just wanted to discuss everything that had gone on. I wanted to talk about the test results. But what she's going with here, she's trying to get herself out of trouble because she didn't disclose. She's going with I didn't have a chance. I planned on disclosing right here. But I didn't because, well, things didn't work out exactly how I thought they would. It's so nasty. Again, and this, I heard somebody talking about this, and they were like, well, she's just trying to create excuses on the fly. No. You look at how well rehearsed these are. They're not just coming up in the moment. You know, she's not just deviating from a story. This is rehearsed so you can cover up a lot of the lies. I mean, it's so nasty. Because lying is one thing, but practicing the lie, making sure that you hit every one of these details that again, they're false. That's just bizarre and crazy to me. Damn, John. Thank you. Another 20 fall in. Man, John, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I'm at a loss for it. I started this a few years back, and I never thought that it would do anything. I never thought that I would be able to. I never thought people would show up. We just talk about whatever, and you folks it's not only makes successful again. All this stuff, it makes better for my kids. I'm able to do. It's great because I've been thinking my daughter next month. I've already started playing my littlest daughter turns 5 in August, so there. You know, I've already planned it. We just got over 4th of July. Fireworks were insanely high, by the way. I was like, oh my God. But I appreciate y'all. Anyway, I don't want that to ever sound rehearsed. I very much do. Like, I'm at a loss for words for it sometimes. Thank you, John.
How to dismiss the case?
No.
So you were making an effort to let Clayton know that you thought the pregnancy was probably ending badly and you wanted to drop
You were
the
making
case.
an
Objection
effort.
leading.
Sustained.
All right. Laura, let's switch topics briefly.
So they had to switch off of that, but he included that in there. So you were making an effort to let Clayton know that the pregnancy had actually ended badly, right, Laura? You put all this stuff into motion. You were trying to tell him, but you never really got the chance to do that. I mean, mean old Clayton there, right, Laura? And, of course, that's very leading. But you see the way that they frame that. They frame this every step of the way. Laura is the victim. They frame this from go. Not a manipulator, not a monster. She's the victim.
Did Clayton ever lie to you about real estate contracts?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what happened with that?
Yeah. I first met him as a realtor, and
Yes.
I had him make 2 offers on 2 different properties on the same day, and found out he never submitted those offers, but I signed them.
When were the offers submitted?
May 24th.
And when did you find out that Clayton didn't send them to the seller?
May 25th, because they were only good for 24 hours.
So he lied to you and said that he had sent offers in that he didn't.
Correct.
Objection argumentative and objection relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
What the fuck is the relevance to this? I mean, really, again, they're trying to go to... They're going after his credibility, his character. But, I mean, honestly, what does this have to do with anything? Really, to me, it's a statement about Laura. Yeah, Clayton, he had a one-night stand. Not even, I mean, I hate to even call that a one-night stand, you know, but they have this one night. He's like, man, I crossed lines I'm not supposed to. She's very angry about it. She's not happy. He makes that clear. Like, he's like, oh, you know, and he doesn't want to deal with her anymore. She's got him in a weird place. You know what's bad about this? Like, this stuff sounds like some kind of ride into, you know, like a penthouse for him or something, you know? Oh, yeah, I was selling real estate, and then only it goes sideways and turns into this stalker crazy story. So it starts out like something, but Clayton said, you know, right after that, he realized this is a mistake. He said he would never done it. He was, you know, he was high, and he realized it was a mistake. He wanted to end that there, and he wanted to cut contact, and he was right. So when they go after his character saying, oh, he's a liar with this, oh, he had a fucking reason to be. Like, this lady is, mess. Cindy, thanks for the 10 there. You have ethics. It's nice to follow someone who has ethics. I mean, we're all human, and we have our opinions. So I also, like, I try to, with cases and stuff, I try to do research. I do. Now, again, you could be wrong on a case. You could. Luckily, for cases that I've looked at, I don't feel that I've called, you know, I feel like I've put in enough effort to find out about stuff, you know, with that. Because I don't want to accuse people and ruin their lives for nothing. I don't want to be the part of that problem. And I appreciate you all. Like I said, I think a lot of you all do the same thing with cases, you know. These are life-ruining things. So, John, thanks for the 5, too. I love this chat. You guys always ask me how Lady Tighter Phoenix is doing. Thank you, guys. Indeed. You know, indeed. Well, I mean, it's one of the things I never like the word community, because community comes with rules. You can be kicked out of a community, right? But I do like the idea, what people mean when they say that. I want you to be able to come here and feel like this is your channel. This is your channel. So thank you. Thank you, John. Like I said, I appreciate you, buddy. Been here a while. Jack's mom, thanks for no one mentions that he gave up the commission money. That's true, too. That's actually a good point. I never really think about that, you know? That is actually a very good add-on. He was so disturbed by Laura Owens in this that he gave up potential commissions for $1 million+. Like, that is a powerful testimony. You know, I never really thought about it that way. Like, that is a powerful statement. So he could have potentially sold 2 properties. He didn't think she would follow through, but potentially there could have been, I mean, that's a high-paying thing. He had already put in the legwork, too. I just thought about that. That sounds terrible. He put in the legwork. I'm like, well, that's not how I meant it. I mean, he showed houses and stuff. Oh, Lord. I was like, well, phrasing probably not the best there. Put in the legwork. Ugh. Damn, John. Another 20 gifted memberships. I saw those fall in. Man, 40 freaking gifted memberships today, John. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I like the fact that we run a day where we get to know each other. We get to know each other's, like, we know about each other's family. We know about successes. There's people like, again, Travis, I don't know if he's here, but I love the successes in, like, Travis's life that he's brought up. You know, we get to see each other over years. Thank you, man, though. Very much appreciate you. Happy birthday again, man.
Correct.
At some point, did you file a complaint against Clayton with the real estate board?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a response from the board regarding your complaint?
Yes.
What was that response?
They found him in professional violation of a couple of things, but I can't remember what they were.
Laura, that issue with the real estate contracts happened before you tested positive for pregnancy, if I'm understanding the timeline correctly. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever learn why Clayton did not submit those offers, or why he said he didn't?
He said I didn't because he said I had no intention of purchasing real estate.
Did you have an intention of purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Did you wind up purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk.
That's a powerful statement, too. He thought he crossed a professional line. He thought he didn't want that on him. And he thought that for her, she made him uncomfortable enough that he didn't follow through. You know, that's a huge statement there as well. I almost said from her own mouth. I'm like, I don't want to wording, phrasing again. But her own narrative, she's telling us that he passed on quite a bit of money. And that he did it. He realized he made a mistake. And something in that, instead of, I think, you know, the embarrassment off of that alone, too, they could have carried forward. You know, Laura demanded dating contracts. She made demands of a person. In the aftermath, her anger, you know, if it would have just been a casual hookup, I mean, it's Clayton freaking Echard, dude. If you look him up, I mean, he's had a lot of he's known for The Bachelor, for God's sake. So, embarrassment or anything, you know, I don't think that would have been, it would have just been clarification, we shouldn't do this again. You know, this was a thing that we got together, whatever. It could have just been that. And again, you know, the professional relationship, I'm sure would have stayed there. It's a comment when The Bachelor decides to be like, ugh, Travis, what's up, my friend? They said, they're over here. And like I said, I appreciate, like, Travis is a success story. I appreciate you, brother. You know, some days we look at so much negative and I get dejected sometimes. I'm like, oh man, you know, you carry, and you're like, man, bright spots in the world. And Travis, man, you're a success story, brother. Appreciate you, man. Very much so. Like, it stuck with me. It stuck with me enough, man. Like I said, I remember, I thought, it's funny that, you know, there was a gap of time where I hadn't heard an update there, and I had just been thinking about you. Again, I get to know a lot of you out there. I read your chat. I get to know a bunch of people. But anyway, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Like I said, John, too. Thank you, brother.
Talk about proof of pregnancy again. So did you take a photo of the test that you took on May 31st?
Yes, I did.
All right. I think attached, if you saw that, yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, I still have the exhibit.
So attached to this email are a couple of.
Here's another thing that's fascinating, right? So these are real. Yeah, she's saying these items are real. You notice there's a narrative that Laura will put together. If something goes wrong for Laura, she's hacked. But these are the same emails. Like Clayton was saying, you know, she's having a conversation going down through here. This stuff is coming in from the same person, same address and everything else. But suddenly when something that it goes against her, you know, she doesn't want to include it because it showcases that she's a liar. What happened? Greg Gillespie hacked me. Isn't it wild when you think about that? Again, 500 messages coming in. You got all this craziness. A lot of them, same email, same exchanges, you know, same person going back and forth, just adding more and more. But somehow, ones that, in the middle of that, like one or two you don't like, that's a hacking. The aftermath, though, you know, before and after that, they're still relevant. It's just when you don't like what happened, you blame it on hack. That is a lot of crazy people do that. I'm not saying people don't get hacked either, but people don't go in, show all this stuff, and they're like, yeah, that's real right here. This stuff, this part of the conversation, this email right here. Oh yeah, but ignore this next part here because I was hacked by Greg Gillespie, my ex, who I guess she got control of her computer back. How did that all that happen? I mean, it brings up so many questions, but isn't that fascinating?
Photos here. One's right there. Day 11, it says. Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes, day 11 is one I took. And I believe the one above is one Clayton took.
Oh, okay. So the one that says day 11 is a photo that you took, and you sent that to Clayton at or around that time?
Yes.
And then the one above that is, it says day 21, and it also appears to show positive. And that's the test that Clayton gave you?
Yes.
And he sent that picture back to you?
Yeah, he took it right after the test at his place.
All right. And the test that you took at Banner and the results that you received there on June 1st, did you send back to Clayton?
Yes.
And it's our exhibit A1, and I'll move to admit that one as well, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection to A1, Your Honor.
A1's received.
Okay. Laura, did you do, regarding the Banner test, the day 11 test, or the day 21 test, those three tests, did you do anything at all to tamper with the results of those tests?
No.
Did you take any drugs, hormones, or any substance at all to affect the outcome?
No.
Did you use someone else's urine to change the outcome?
No.
Laura, in Clayton's deposition,
did you do this, Laura?
Exact issue came up about him giving you the test and wanting you to take it in front of him, and he testified. I'll just read from his deposition. Yeah, I wanted to make sure she didn't bring anything into the bathroom, but she couldn't pee right in front of me because she said she had stage fright. So I closed the door so she would be able to pee. Is that deposition testimony truthful?
I did have stage fright. He was right. I did tell him that, but I did pee in front of him because he insisted that I did that.
Okay.
I don't believe that. I honestly, like you think about this. Like he thinks, well, she's potentially a liar. If you wanted somebody to take a pregnancy test, but they were like, you know, you haven't known them that long either. And again, he's to the point where he's still, it's a possibility in his mind, however remote, he's still asking for a pregnancy test. But you know, Clayton, again, you've seen how he carries himself. He's pretty open about who he is. You know, he's pretty, I feel like he's pretty matter of fact. Who he is who he is. You can see that. I don't get from a Clayton that he would try to force anybody to do anything. And one of those things is if you were to tell him, oh man, you know, I can't pee in front of you, Clayton, you know. I mean, that's a strange thing to ask anybody anyway, you know. Unless you have some kind of bizarre fetish, most people are going to be A-okay. They don't really want to watch you do that anyway. They don't want to watch you do your business. But they want to be around to make sure, you know, again, you're not a victim of fraud. And people who are perpetrating a fraud, they're probably keenly aware of that too. Again, you know, she says, oh, well, I'm not doing this or I'm not taking that or anything. Again, there are plenty of medications that could allow that. She could have There could be so many what ifs. Now, we don't know if any of those what ifs are true, but I firmly believe that she lied about this pregnancy from go. And again, I mean, I feel like the judge backed us on that too. Wendy, thanks for the 2. Hire low-key PI to expose everything. Yeah, you know, man, PIs are so expensive. PI. A P. This is low-key PI. That sounds like it means something else in this, doesn't it? It sounds like somebody she would hire is like she has a little person in a backpack, you know, a low-key PI. You know, it's somebody that he's on a stick for you. They're very low-key. They're discreet. You can hide them in a backpack. I'll just play it. But for me, my favorite what happened here, I like to imagine that she went into the bathroom, closed the door, there was a window, she opened the window, hung the pregnancy stick out, and had a horse outside and it peed on it. That's the way I like to imagine it. I like to imagine this like figuring out a clue game, you know. Yeah, it was the horse outside the bathroom window that did it, you know. But, I mean, that's just me, you know. I mean, since we don't have the answers, just fill them in. Sandra, by the way, thank you for that gifted membership. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sandra. Man, this has been a crazy, like a bunch of gifted memberships today. I was looking at that. We were rolling up close to 50. That's crazy. Appreciate it. John, Sandra. I'm trying to remember everyone else, like Fallen Hero, Laura. All of you, thank you.
And when he sent you the email on July 19th, 2 days after, I'm sorry, June 19th, 2 days after you went to his house and took that third test in front of him, did he say anything at all about the fact that you closed the door and couldn't be in front of him?
No.
Okay.
No. No.
And Clayton, he obviously saw the first pregnancy test that you took. He saw the second one that you took, or the results of it anyway, and the third one that you took in front of him. If we go back to Exhibit A2, at the end of this email, Clayton says, at the very top of the page, he says, I say all this, and in the email, he talks about the fact he thought you might be on some medication that affected the results, I guess. But he says, at the top paragraph,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's reading information off of a potential piece of evidence that hasn't been admitted, and he's giving quite a narrative.
That has been admitted.
Yeah, 2's been received. If you look in the top left-hand corner, if there's a green sticker, that means it's been received.
My
If it's
apologies,
brown,
Your Honor.
it means it was declined. Go ahead, counsel.
Laura, the question I have for you regarding the first paragraph at the top of the page there, Clayton wrote, or the email says, this is why it's important for us to do the paternity test, because there's no question that if it comes back positive, it is mine. Did Clayton ever tell you that he wanted you to have a paternity test done?
Yes.
Did he ever say to you that if you didn't file this case that he would?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know how many times. A bunch of times.
And remember all the comments about if she's lying, you know, she would essentially, she would end up where she is now, potentially facing prosecution. Remember that it was all threats, though. Remember, it's amazing, isn't it? Oh my God. Oh, so crazy. Wendy, thanks for too. I'm talking entire history. Oh yeah, for the Loki BI. Yeah, for sure. You know, investigate everything. There's some really good ones out there. I bet you could find some stuff there. John, thanks for the vibe there. 50, you kidding me? Oh yeah, I said 50. I don't know why I said 50, John. I can't add. My bad. No, I was trying to get that $5. I'm just playing. I did 20. You mean about 120? Actually, I meant about 100 is what I said. I don't know, man. It has been a crazy week for me. I can't go into the particulars about it, but it has been an exhaustingly crazy week for me. So I apologize for that, man. Yeah, I'm a real mathlete today, as you can see. I can't even add. It's like, wait, 50, and you know, it's funny is they're showing across the top of the screen in the chat. You know what's really bad is I used to When I worked over at the college, I taught like advanced statistical methods and stuff. So, addition, statistical, sure. Statistical theory, sure. Addition, not so much. It's hilarious. Thank you, John, by the way. My bad. Mathlete, indeed.
At some point before you filed this case, did you hire a lawyer to help you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Bonnie Platter.
And she never appeared in any case for you, is my understanding. Is that right?
She never appeared.
Okay, but what did you have her do with regard to Clayton and the pregnancy issue?
I wanted to prevent filing a case publicly in court for both of our sakes. I didn't want it to be public and thought that we could
come
up with a parenting plan.
I didn't want this to be public. Why did I just wanted us to be able to do this behind the scenes, so nobody. Are you kidding me? He didn't sign a dating contract. What happens? She doesn't go to the media, mind you. She goes to places like The Sun. That's not me. That's tabloids. She goes to the tabloids, She wanted them to, just mutually, we're going to come up with a parent. Are you kidding me? That is so just cracked up. Like, there's no way she said that. My Lord. Daily Dysfunction, by the way, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, John, for the gifted memberships. Special thanks for streaming tonight, Tuck. Thank you. Yes, you got to see my mathematic prowess at work.
And if, in fact, the pregnancy was Clayton's, I thought we could come up with it on our own without having to involve the court.
Okay, so before you filed this case, you made an effort to work with him to get the test done privately without the court being involved.
Yes, and I hired the attorney. I said I would pay for it.
Did he hire anyone?
No.
To your knowledge? Laura, let's move forward to look at Exhibit A3, which, have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is the...
You notice dating contracts never came into that narrative? Like, she didn't bring up the fact that, I tried to force him to date me before, all of this other stuff came up.
This is a message in my patient portal for, I'm part of a domestic violence brain injury program at Barrow, and this is a conversation with my doctor there.
Okay, did you send this email? It looks like it's an email dated June 28th from you to a Dr. Glynis Zeman, Z-I-E-M-A-N. Did you write that email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit, whatever that is, A3.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
A3 is received.
Laura, in this email at the very top there, you write to Dr. Zeman that you went to Planned Parenthood while in California, and you said they did a scan there, was confirmed that you were pregnant, and that they saw a sac. Does that refresh your recollection about the date that you went to see Planned Parenthood?
Yes.
And is the statement that you made to Dr. Zeman truthful?
Yes.
When you wrote that, did you know that anyone would ever see that in the light of day other than you and Dr. Zeman?
Nope, I had no idea.
Okay. Okay. Can you explain why you changed the name at the top of the sonogram that we talked about before from Planned Parenthood? I don't know if you answered that before.
Yeah, I just didn't want Clayton to know where I had gone to get the sonogram because he had been intimidating before.
If the court can help me switch from my exhibits to Clayton's.
Sure, if you scroll down to where, that exactly. Now go all the way to the bottom. There should be an R. Keep going if you're able to.
Yeah, stop there.
So
R for ridiculous.
You're just going to go to the very top
That's
where
her.
it says change.
I don't see that.
It's
right above where it says you're sorry.
Oh, right.
Did you know, I didn't catch this earlier too. Did you notice that Laura has to be involved in so much stuff? She even tried to throw in when they're telling her lawyer how to navigate the electronics. She even tried to throw in her opinion on that. That's just these little telling things. When the judge is speaking, you should be shutting up and saying nothing. You never overtalk a judge, and she does this a lot. Wendy, thanks for being there. I'm good at background checks, being a bill collector, but Laura is off the rails. Indeed. Actually, a lot of people did do background on her, though. When you think about this case, Clayton said he got what really solidified his opinion on this was he got messages saying, you weren't the only one, dig deeper. And he and many other people did. And they found the fact that he wasn't the only one. My thinking on this was, how many more, though? Again, she obsesses over the person for X amount of time, right? And there's this assumption, I've said this before in a live stream, there's this assumption while she's targeting one person, because she's using 13 freaking phone numbers and all this, she's not targeting anyone else. I mean, it wouldn't look like she'd have enough time, right? But that's a huge assumption that like these huge chunks of time, they're only dedicated to one person in there. When things get rolling at the beginning, sure. But when you get mired down in litigation, well, all that, we don't know how many people are involved. We have no idea. We have certain chunks of time that are spoken for because of cases and other things that are going on, but we have no idea. I mean, it very well looks like minimum 4, but Clayton said something else. He said 2 more. Like when he was talking about this in an interview, he said there were 2 more. So this plus, that's the way that last interview that we saw, it was when he was talking about her background, he was talking to people that were not familiar with this whatsoever. He was saying how many people had that. It sounded more like he was saying this has been done to 6 people at least. And I'm very curious, like I said, about how many people are there. I hope to God, too, that if there are more people, they still have a chance. That's one of the things the media robbed potential victims of, by the way, when they didn't talk about this. They gave it a really a one and done kind of coverage at the end when it was safe for them to talk about it, when there was no risk. But even then, it just blipped in a way. And some of them, when they're using that, like when you search Laura Owens, you don't really find her name as much. You don't have them making it searchable. She's not one of the tag names in the profile. It's only, you can find Clayton Echard. You can find false accusation. But you don't find her name. And I think, if there are more people out there, they may not even know this is going on. Like, that's the disgusting part. Like, this should be everywhere. This should be on the news everywhere. I'm glad places have covered it. But some of them just made noise and they went away. They didn't dig any deeper. And they should have. Now, I really hope, Clayton said there were talks about, some kind of show, maybe a series on this, That would be good, because then you would see people come out of the woodwork and talk about it. And, it's relevant because right now, she's facing potential consequences. Down the road, she may not be facing anything anymore. Those people come up. It may be, unfortunately, too little too late. I mean, some of that stuff, it might be too little too late anyway, but at least they could have their voice. There may not be a legal ramification for it. They could at least add to that. Like, I hope, again, I want to cover the other people's stories in this too. I want to cover what happened to them. That's why I like that there were interviews. And again, we will go through the Megan interview. There's just been stuff that's come up, and I want to go through that. I want to, and you should watch the interview she did on her channel if you haven't already. But to really get a grasp of how bad this is, 1 person, it's bad. 2 people, it's worse. 4 more? That's insanity.
It's tiny. I'm blind.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
And then shared bundle?
Yeah, got it. And we're going to go
And then scroll all the way down.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I want to see Clayton's exhibit stuff.
Yeah, you're going to scroll all the way down.
Ah, respondents. Gotcha. Okay, Laura, looking at respondents exhibit 31. I don't know why that doesn't match. No, that's not it either. These are not the same as.
So what you want to do is, it may not be the exhibit numbers that the attorneys labeled it as being. Those are the court designations.
I'm looking for his exhibit 31.
All right, so if you look for his exhibit 31, that does show that it is exhibit 31.
Exhibit 31 on his exhibit list is listed petitioner faking ultrasound. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a video. There we go. That's what I wanted to see right there. Laura, Clayton's exhibit 31 is appears to be an email from you to Clayton. It says ultrasound video proof. Clayton, here is my 100,000,000,000% real ultrasound video. Do you recognize that?
It's not an email that I sent, but I've seen it since.
Okay. Well, you answered my question. Do you know first of all, what this exhibit shows? Do you know what it shows?
I do now.
Laura, assuming that what we're looking at here is meant to be an email from you, did you send this to Clayton?
I did not.
Did you ever send Clayton an email with a ultrasound video attached to it?
I did not.
Do you have any idea why Clayton would think that you sent him an email like this?
Well, yeah, that has my signature on it.
Well, that's a fair statement. But you didn't send this. Do you know who did?
I have my suspicions, but I can't be.
No, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it.
I have a suspicion that an ex of mine sent this to Clayton.
Who? Which ex?
Greg Gillespie.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay.
See, that's insanity right there. Greg Gillespie also didn't get to have his voice in the courtroom. He was directly accused of something. Directly accused of hacking, sending over things. Again, pretending. Oh, well, let's here, one second.
Why do you think Greg Gillespie sent this?
Because Greg has hacked my email before and has admitted to hacking other people's emails.
Okay.
So you see that again, according to her, like she just went out and maliciously accused the man on record of something that obviously is her. Like she's doing this stuff. And like Clayton says, how did he know all of this was her? Because it's coming from the same email address. It's coming up in conversations. So she's claiming that parts of conversations, the before and the afters, are totally her. But this part right here, that's not her. That's hacking. Like, that is insanity. She's not saying this dude got into here and, randomly did something and there was no follow-up. No, just in the middle of everything else that's going on, she's accusing him of throwing in something that way after the fact, Greg Gillespie, he becomes the fall guy for it. Like, that's nuts. But so much of this is nuts, Ace, thanks for the 10 there. Did you notice she said it's Clayton's? Are you talking about the for the baby part or which part? Can you clarify that? What part? She's actually said, when she was talking about the pregnancy tests and other stuff too, she'd thrown in some stuff that I thought, so clarify that one for me if you would. Wendy A, thanks for 2. SEO, all about Google. Yes, indeed. That's if you add in a name enough times too, you can actually, you can get something that's searchable, it's findable. Laura Owens, her name is now recognizable with this, but you still find things that are talking about the stuff with her father and, the old career stuff she'd want found. These things are the 2. She said, if it's Clayton's. If it's Clayton's. I see what you're, yeah. Yeah, I actually, that's wild. Well, it's wild, her claim too is that she's not active with anyone else. Like that's another thing that threw me in this as well. So she goes out, she finds Clayton, high profile guy, again, recognizable from The Bachelor. I wouldn't know who he is because, I don't know that sir. But someone like Laura, oh yeah, fits the model of the type of people that she's gone after before. Her preference definitely fits that. But he's high profile. But she's comfortable enough to search someone out and do this. And we're supposed to believe she's not doing this to anyone else. She's just some kind of choir girl. Again, because it helps with her narrative. No, I've never been with anybody else. I'm not doing this or that. And I don't know. There's just so much of this that's so questionable there. What's up, Wendy? Thanks for the 5 there, too. Epilepsy's crap. When it's a grand mal, it's horrifying. My daughter's had it since 8 and is now 27. Yeah, I have relatives that have seizures. Even mild seizures are terrifying. There's so many things that she throws in. Again, her credibility is such that I don't really believe anything that she says. You notice too, her memory issues. She attributes that, any epilepsy, anything. She comes up with these things and attributes them to other people. Not that, I have a condition or something else. No, I have a condition because of this guy right here. This guy who rejected me. It's so insane. Her entire persona, everything about her is attributed to someone else. All the stuff she talks about, whether that's negatives or positives. I persevered and became this because I had to overcome that guy right over there. It's sick when you think about it. You have to wonder, if you strip away all of that, who's really under there? Who is this real person? What are they?
So you're obviously under oath, under penalty of perjury. You did not send that email, and you don't know who did.
Correct.
Okay.
Penalty of perjury. Oh, they're investigating you for it too, Laura.
Let's talk about going back to our Exhibit A5. Got it. Whoops. So can you tell us what Exhibit A5 is? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a receipt it's an email, but does this reflect the RavGen that you talked about before?
Yes.
Okay, and that was August 15th that you made that payment?
Yes.
And then later on here at the bottom.
What's the point in that?
You indicate, let's see here. Friday, this appears to be an email from you Friday, August 18th. Did you write that email?
Yes.
Did you send that to, it looks like to Clayton and also CC'd RavGen?
Yes.
And it states here that unfortunately Clayton has refused to take the prenatal paternity test. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is that the reason why the test didn't happen in mid-August?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A5.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
A5's received.
Okay. Let's look at Clayton's Exhibit 9. Hopefully, there we go. Laura, do you recognize this exhibit, Exhibit 9?
Yes.
This appears to be an email from you to Clayton dated October 14th, 2023. And this is an email that you sent him?
Yes.
All right. In this email, first of all, you're saying some reference to a sonogram video, and you said it matches up with the still video that Dave sent me. I assume that we're talking about Dave Neal.
Yes.
And you told him this was not my ultrasound. I stand by that 100%. Did Dave Neal ever, well, first of all, who's Dave Neal?
Dave Neal is a content creator.
And at some point, did Dave send you a sonogram video and ask if it was yours?
Yes.
And what did you say to him?
I said it was not mine.
Did you ever have a sonogram video of any kind with Clayton?
No.
Did you ever send a sonogram video to anyone claiming that it showed the pregnancy with Clayton?
No.
If we go down to the second.
So many, again, her getting around that. Hey, did you ever send this out? Did you ever? No. Hacker. He might, this other dude. It's so crazy. Like if you went through here, I almost want a lie counter, but we were talking about that I was talking with Megan. How often did she lie? And I got to the point where I started asking, like, where's she telling the truth, actually? Like, we almost need a truth counter because there's so many things in here that are obviously not true. Very much. Did you send this? Did you send this to anybody? Oh, no, 100% I didn't. Under penalty of perjury. I never did any of this stuff. It's crazy.
Second paragraph, Laura. I'm going to see if I can highlight here. And again, this is you talking. I can't highlight. The second sentence in the second paragraph, I'll read it. I think you were very, very high that night, and you forgot that when you were on top of you on your couch, you were begging me to let you put it in for 30 seconds, then 25, then 20, 15, 10, and I said no each time. Then I thought you were just fingering me, but you stuck it in briefly. First of all, you wrote those words to Clayton, right?
Yes.
And were those words accurate?
Yes.
Is that what happened that night on May 20th?
Yes.
When you sent this email to Clayton, did he ever respond back to you and deny that that's what happened?
No.
Okay.
So see, since he didn't deny one of the 500 plus claims that she put out, that becomes the truth for her. Oh, well, he didn't deny. I mean, my God. So she finally, after so much time, there's so much wrong with that statement. I can't, first of all, I can't imagine Clayton being the kind of person that needs to beg for encounters. He's not the kind of person that, it doesn't strike me as needing to do that whatsoever. He's a good looking guy. On top of that, again, there's the fame component. I'm sure that is insane. And then the whole, well, I couldn't tell the difference. That's bizarre too, And on top of that, they'll bring up the letter that she sent to him saying, talking about you'd find out how, again, excuse me for that. I hate even bringing this up. It's so gross to me. But she talks about, you experience how tight I am. So, all of this, we're supposed to believe it's true because he didn't deny it specifically. Like, that's wild to me. 4 cats and a dude. And thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you. Jack's mom, thanks for the 2 there. Can they go after attorney for supporting perjury? You remember the discussions like the Tilted Lawyer and others had about, you've seen Gingras say this too. I wasn't aware. So typically what you'll see, they don't want to know whether something's true or untrue. They adopt something, they go with it. And then if it comes out, it's fake. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that all of this was lies. No way. I 100% believed my client. So could they go after them? I mean, they can go after them for a lot of things. They can make reports about this stuff. Some of the other activities that he's been involved in, though, they're more likely to cause him issues. But with that, I mean, lawyers are pretty slippery with that kind of stuff. Again, that's why they try to always maintain deniability. No, I wasn't aware at all. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm as horrified as you finding out that this. In fact, it's not even that, though. He 100% believes his client. He believes everything. And remember, one of the things that he's had a problem with for his deniability, he engaged in conversations with other people that pointed out the flaws in there. They're public. They've been recorded. So, yeah, do I think he'll have any accountability off of it? No. But the idea that he didn't know is a farce. Because again, he was asking people, prove to me that she's a liar. Prove to me that, she did this or she did that. And people pointed that out very much so. They pointed out, all types of glaring issues with what she was saying. So we know he knows, but yeah, nail him down on that, probably not.
Let's talk now about the last positive test that you took. Let me see here. It says Exhibit A9, but that's not it. You went to any lab test now at some point, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And when did that happen?
On October 16th, I believe.
Okay. Why? Again, these aren't matching up. That's not it. Because we're on his, that's why. Okay. I need new glasses. There it is. Okay. So Laura, looking at Exhibit A9, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the results from the test I took at any lab test now.
And is it your understanding that that result, it says 102H, is it your understanding that you were testing pregnant at still in October, mid-October 2023?
Yes.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. Be addressed in cross-examination.
So did you do anything at all to tamper with this test, take any drugs, inject yourself with anything at all to affect this?
No, I did not.
And this was a blood draw that came out of your arm?
Yes.
Did you supply them the blood yourself, or did a phlebotomist take it out of your arm?
A phlebotomist took it.
Okay. So 2 days after this is when you filed the request for mediation, I think, in this case, right? And,
yes.
And after that date, you filed nothing further?
This was 2 days prior to when I filed for mediation.
Did you pretty much understand that when you got this test that was probably not going to be a viable pregnancy?
That it was probably not, yeah, but I still saw that it said anything over 4 was pregnant, so.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A9.
No objection, Your Honor.
A9's received.
And A11 is going to be, can you tell us if you recognize what this is?
The records from Mom Doc.
Okay, and this is an OBGYN facility that you visited?
Yes.
And according to the date here, it says November 14th, 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so this is when you went in and had a test done that came back negative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit A11 if we have.
No objection.
A11's received.
All right. Laura?
The Mom Doc thing. You know, again, if you've never heard all of this stuff that comes up with Mom Doc, the prior items where it talks about prior pregnancy, that's self-reported. There's no documentation to support that. It's all her there. Wendy, thanks for the 2 there. Slimy attorney. Watch out for a bar complaint. Yeah, you know, the getting the bar to pay attention to complaints, that's the difficulty. The things he's done in this case, though, again, he's gone after anyone that's been involved. I mean, he's gone after not just, think about this, Clayton, not just the attorney, but other people that are attached to the attorney, attached to the law firm, went after them, went after anyone that talks about this. I mean, he's made some pretty nasty threats too. There have been a lot of things that he's done that are just absolutely crazy. Mazza, thanks for the 5 there. I think Dingus is quiet because either he's being disciplined or Laura has turned on him and he can't say anything without a "we told you so" LOL. I think, the second part, I don't think that Laura's turned on him. She's still in the, I'm definitely going to appeal this process, right? And she has adopted every single talking point that he's put together. So I don't think that's happened. Just, and again, I could be wrong on that. Isn't that the other part, like him being quiet, I do wonder if he's worried about ramifications. Because, the last thing they were doing was going after the judge there. That by itself, there's a line in the sand, they're stepping over. It's like he drove past it a few miles, like he drove into another state. He was like, yeah, there's the line in the sand. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drive past it. I'm going to get in a boat and I'm going to go to the other side of the world. I mean, it was so far beyond. Man, John, another 20 gifted memberships. So that makes them like 3. No, I'm just kidding. There's my math lead. No, I'm just playing there. That's crazy, dude. Thank you, man. Again, very much appreciated. Thank you. I love seeing them fall in. Where I'm reading through the chat, watching them fall in. That's wild. Over 100 gifted memberships today, man. Wow, that is something else. Thank you, John. Again, very much. I get a loss for words, like I said. I very much. I've just been live streaming lately too. I haven't done short form video. I've had a lot going on in my regular life, so it's harder for me to do short form. So I've been investing more in making sure that we do live streams and we talk about stuff. And that really gets down to you all, you back there. And it's been amazing. People have been so receptive to it. And like I said, I appreciate it. I want to do more short form too. I like doing short form. When I say short, I mean like 8 to 10 minute videos versus live streams. But, I haven't been able to do that. And man, y'all have, again, been very, like anything I do, you all have, again, you've made the channel, do whatever, it's our channel, and you're like, hey, do whatever. And I appreciate the heck out of that. Thank you. Mom doc. I can't get the mom doc thing. I'm glad the judge saw through all of this. You never know. This has been a unique case in the fact that the potential for ramifications on it. You don't see this type of case. You don't see somebody do something that is so egregious that they're like, hey, there needs to be some action taken against that person. Not in this type of case. I'm not saying people don't commit paternity fraud and all kinds of other insanity, because they do, very much so. Like John pointed out, you can find cases out there for sure where people have done horrible things, but normally no action is taken. So it's pretty unique in that fact. And that mom doc thing was so insulting. Like anyone that looked at it, that was their big. Remember when her lawyer was going out and saying, we have evidence, we have this, we have that. And what did you end up with? You didn't end up with real evidence. What you ended up with was, haha, look at this. Oh, it's so amazing, right? Self-reported. And what was actually reported there? No pregnancy. That's what mom doc actually does tell you. Jack's mom, thanks for 5. I think her family has stepped in to stop this after she used her dad's account, shutting it down because of the criminal investigation. That would be interesting. Her family, though, they have been, her mom was there. That, like, some of this stuff, I realize, this puts you in a weird quandary. As a parent, I can't imagine, like, my kids, I can't ever imagine wrongdoing to some insane level. Or as a parent, I want to be supportive of my kids. However, I would think as a parent, I would be able to see through what's happening. Not just because of the claims in this case, but because it's happened multiple times. And they were directly involved for sure, like with Mike Mancini. They were directly involved, and you saw what they said about her, about mental illness, about tell her anything. And then in the aftermath, he talked about sitting down, having dinner with them discussing lies. So if there's a place where they eject and they say, no more, whew, man, did it take potential criminal complaint? Someone actually going to jail, them, if they carry that forward, them potentially facing some kind of, if nothing else, facing a financial ramification. Plus it drags, this stuff has the potential to drag her father's legacy, whatever that is. I wouldn't know who her father was, but this stuff also, it sullies his name too. Because his name now, like, it popped up in articles where they were calling Clayton an anti-Semite. But it also, in those articles, if you read through it, that article doesn't work out the way they want. it may be a deflection, a way to say, oh, how dare he say this? But what it does is it leads more people to the statements, and it connects Laura's name with her father's name. So, I mean, could family shut down? Maybe. I don't know. It's fascinating that what it is. Now, she was on, for her though, she was on Twitter a few days back. So she herself has been online. Again, I very much believe that's her account. You know, the response, the type of responses, everything else. Again, if she's so inclined, she could deny that. And you would think, you know, for her, she's involved so much with knowing everything, all the particulars, just random people out there, that she would have written a Medium article. I actually kind of expect that later on, you know, for her to say too much and be like, that never was me. It was somebody pretending to me I was hacked, you know, or something. We'll see that. Deanna, thank you for that $20 super sticker, by the way. Thanks for being you. Appreciate it. Hey, thanks for being you too. Thank you.
Let's look at Exhibit A6. Can you tell us what Exhibit A6 is?
Yes, that's me showing my pregnant stomach.
And when did you create that video? Do you know?
September the 19th.
Okay. Let me see here. Your Honor, I'll move to admit A6.
No objection, Your Honor.
A6 is received.
And let's look at A7.
Watch how they use this,
it's
by
a
the
similar
way.
video.
That looks so bizarre, doesn't it? Look at that picture.
Or it looks like you're obviously not holding the camera, but what you put on a
Yeah,
stand.
I put it on the stand, yeah.
You took this video. Do you remember the date of this?
October the 9th.
Okay. I don't know if it even showed anything there, but that's real short. Okay. Laura, between May 20th and November 14th, we've established November 14th you were no longer pregnant. Did you experience any pregnancy symptoms?
Yes.
Can you explain what those symptoms were?
Yeah, I had very bad morning sickness and nausea, and my breasts were very tender.
I'm pregnant.
Do you remember how much you weighed when you went to see Mom Doc?
I believe it was 121. Or, I'm sorry, no, not Mom Doc. I thought you were meaning in May. I was 133 at Mom Doc. I'm sorry about that.
So around the time that this was taken, your weight was 133. What do you weigh today?
91 pounds.
Overruled.
Will you stand up and show the court and everyone what you look like now compared to the picture behind you?
This should have been shot down right here.
Can you come out from behind the screen there?
Now, we'll switch over. We want to actually see her do her thing because she's not speaking. So
Laura,
we'll switch over.
That's enough. Thanks. For the last time, were you pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Were you pregnant with
Clayton?
Clayton?
That you were pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that you weren't when you filed this case?
She's pregnant with Clayton.
Did you lie about being pregnant with Clayton?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, counsel, you've used 29 minutes and 30 seconds. When you're ready.
And Your Honor, is it okay if I proceed from the podium? Will the court be able to hear me?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely
I don't know how
fine.
the sound in this part will be.
And we have a media microphone on the podium, correct? Okay, all right. When you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Owens.
Good morning.
You understand that you're currently under oath and must testify truthfully today, correct?
Oh, thank you for taking that picture down,
You
man.
understand the difference.
I'm actually very glad they took that picture down, by the way. I was like, please don't leave that picture up the entire time. I don't want to see that the whole rest of the trial until I pull something else up. I don't need that, you know, freaking attached to my nightmares. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm glad they pulled that down. But yeah, you didn't get to spit. Now, if you're so inclined, if you've never seen before, there was coverage of the trial by media. You have the original, you have coverage again. Megan, Dave, myself, everyone there. And I would encourage you, if you've not seen this trial, go in and look at that, because what you'll see her getting up and trying to show off the fact that I've lost all this weight now. Like that's so ridiculous. Again, their proof of pregnancy has gone into tests that the inaccuracy, that, like when you pee on a stick, well, the reason that they want you to do more is because that doesn't necessarily verify anything. That's why we have more tests, that goes into the safety of the child and the mother too. But that's it. The other stuff that's brought up are just her word, items that we know are fake, and weight loss. Like the absurdity to that. And you know why they did the weight loss thing too? Because it worked at one time. The judge with the protective order told her to stand up. And after she did, he said, quoting him, "I'll take your word for it." That's not justice, by the way. I'll take your word for it. Oh, yeah, I'll take your word that you're pregnant. That's madness.
Difference between the truth and the lie, right?
Obviously, yes.
And you would agree with me that fabricating or doctoring evidence is dishonest and unreasonable behavior, right?
Right.
And you're aware that lying under oath is a crime in the state of Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And the reason I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Owens, is because I've cross-examined you before, right?
Right.
I cross-examined you in the injunction against harassment hearing before Commissioner Geopetsis on November 2nd of 2023, right?
Right.
And during that hearing, you'd recall that I gave you the opportunity to correct the record and come clean about any false information or testimony you may have provided, right?
Right.
And you told me you had nothing to correct, right?
Correct.
And then you proceeded to lie to the court.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You testified that you were 100% pregnant on November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that you were 24 weeks pregnant specifically.
Correct.
Again, they're pointing out the fact that anything that's been faked, all of this stuff that's coming to light, it's being brought up. You were given the chance on record to go in and to clarify everything, correct? I mean, you did have a chance. We did ask you to do that. And you testified you were 100% pregnant. You testified to the length of pregnancy. Again, this grilling, they do a very good job. On top of, you have to remember that the documentation, all of the other prior filings, videos, anything else that's come in, the judge has access to that. The judge has already seen that, so it adds on to it too.
I'd like you to take a look at your Exhibit A11, please. And they're on the screen behind her, Your Honor, so I'm not sure if...
She's got them in front.
I can see. Yeah.
Ms. Owens, this appointment that you attended at MomDoc on November 14th of 2023 was 12 days after I cross-examined you, right?
Correct.
And during that cross-examination, I pointed out that you had no legitimate medical records to support the pregnancy, right?
I mean, you said that, but I don't agree with it. No.
At this appointment, Ms. Owens, it was confirmed that you were not pregnant, correct?
Correct.
These MomDoc records also indicate that you were diagnosed with PCOS, which is polycystic ovarian syndrome, right?
I've had that since I was 17, yes.
Okay. And you'll recall at the hearing on November 2nd, I specifically questioned you about any physical health diagnoses that you had, right?
I don't remember, but if you say so, then yes.
You failed to testify that you had PCOS, right?
I can't say one way or the other if I did or didn't. I'll take your word for it, but it's not something that I live with daily.
Ms. Owens, you also failed to tell me that in 2016, Doctors Chan and Yi diagnosed you with cancer and apparently removed one of your ovaries.
They did not.
Okay. So as you sit here today, you're denying that that happened.
I will absolutely deny that that happened.
Huh.
Now, per what you reported, what you self-reported to MomDoc, they listed a spontaneous abortion date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant, correct?
They listed a lot of things that were inaccurate here. I never told them that I had an abortion that date.
Okay, well, a spontaneous abortion, if I were to tell you, is consistent with a miscarriage. would you agree with me that they listed a miscarriage date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant?
Yes, but I also never was pregnant in 2019.
Now, this is very uncomfortable for her because she's being called out on quite a bit of stuff. You know, and again, if it were just one thing, like again, if she would have forgotten to disclose that she had some prior medical condition, okay. But what they're telling you, they're like, so when we had a hearing 12 days before this, I told you didn't really have any evidence, right? Then you went in and you got this. So suddenly, bam, you decide, hey, I need to go in and I need to document something. They're saying your response, the reason that you did this is because we brought it up. I mean, that by itself, and very much, that's what it looks like. Then on top of that, you know, you have all of these other items. Hey, wait a minute. What about this? What about this? Hey, what about this?
So I don't know where that came from.
And Ms. Owens, based on what you know about pregnancy, as someone who's allegedly been pregnant 3 or 4 times in the past, if you miscarried at 8 weeks pregnant, that wouldn't line up with your alleged conception date with Mr. Echard, would it?
I don't know, and I'm telling you, I never told them that I was 8 weeks pregnant and lost that on August 12th.
Hold on, Ms. Owens. In your mom doc records and also in your deposition, you self-reported that you passed 2 sacs which appeared to have a membrane, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at what we've marked as Exhibit 49, which is your deposition transcript. And Ms. Owens, you recall sitting for a deposition on March 1st of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And your counsel at the time following that deposition was provided with a copy of this transcript as well as you, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take any opportunity to correct this transcript?
I actually didn't see it until you guys sent it to us. My former counsel never showed this to me. So
okay. Well, you're aware.
So, you know, I have no idea what, you know, I might have said on record before. This is crazy. That's a crazy statement, right? I've never seen this before until you all sent it to me. Okay, well, I mean, you realize, like, we're talking about you, and we're talking about things that you've said or things you've introduced. Yeah, you know, again, it's wild, the deflection on there.
That this has been marked as a copy of your deposition transcript from
It's
March
her
1st
deposition.
Of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the transcript that you received, correct?
From your office, yes. I did not get one prior to that.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 49, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is that A or B, counsel? I apologize.
I guess it would be B, Your Honor. It's just
B49 is received.
And Ms. Owens, during your deposition, specifically on page 149, lines 18 through 21, you testified that you started spotting, meaning you were having a light period in August or September of 2023, correct?
I wasn't having a light period. I didn't end up getting a period until November.
Well, in your deposition,
I said light spotting, but sorry. I said light spotting, but that wasn't a period.
Okay. In your deposition.
Now, this is an interesting portion, too, because she talks about periods. And she, you know, at one part, she's going to say she doesn't get periods. Another part, she does get periods. I mean, again, there's so many just odd little things in here that she says that she can't even agree on whether or not she has periods. Like, that's... we were talking about just some basic health and female, you know, items and concerns. I mean, honestly, you know, a lot of this goes back to, again, the idea of, are you pregnant? Are you not pregnant? So this would go into concerns. It's crazy. Like, she won't even, she won't even lock down the idea that, yes, I do indeed have periods.
Page 151, line 24, you claim you passed the 2 sacs, which appeared to have a membrane in September or October, correct?
Correct.
But in the mom doc records, you claim you passed the 2 sacs a few weeks after your alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood, right?
Several weeks after.
Okay, well, you would agree with me there's an inconsistency there, right?
Right. I wasn't sure what the date was.
No OBGYN or qualified medical professional.
So here's another thing. So she knows all of these other dates. She has them hammered down. But suddenly, again, I was unaware of the date. You know, it's whatever date is beneficial. Whatever benefits the narrative that Laura Owens is telling. That's the date things happen. Just like, you know, where she tried to change up the Planned Parenthood thing on the stand again. Yeah, actually that happened late June, not July the 2nd, which I've said over and over and over again.
Conducted an ultrasound, performed a physical examination, or performed a blood test to confirm your alleged pregnancy on or before August 1st of 2023, right?
Wrong.
Okay, let's talk about that, because I suspected you would answer that this way.
Uh-huh.
You claim that you had an alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood in Southern California, correct?
Check this.
Correct.
And you testified during your deposition that the alleged ultrasound with Planned Parenthood was in Mission Viejo, California on July 7th of 2023, right?
I did say it was there. That's where I was staying at the time in Mission Viejo.
And while being examined by your attorney, Mr. Gingras, you said that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name, right?
Right.
But you didn't bother to provide our office with the alleged name that you went to Planned Parenthood under, right?
Right.
And you knew that we were seeking your records from Planned Parenthood specifically because of the alleged ultrasound that you had there, right?
Right.
So wouldn't it have made sense for you to provide our office with a copy or the name that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under?
I felt like the whole purpose of going to Planned Parenthood is to remain anonymous, and that's one of my protections.
Okay. I want you to take a look at Exhibit 28. And this is
Now that by itself is crazy. So she's just said, you know, when she's subpoenaed for the information, she decided that, no, I'm not going to turn that over. She also, you can see her start changing up her narrative of the where. You know, it didn't process. I caught, again, we know the location changes, but you notice she's trying to say the reason the location was off is because I was staying Mission Viejo, that area. You know, she'll change up. Well, the subpoena, the reason that you couldn't find the information is because you didn't actually look at the right place. You know, the place that she has said many times. Now it's changed up too. No. The reason that location was off is because I was staying in that area. Again, it is so wild to see how this stuff switches up. But I mean, she just admitted to flat out, no, I did not cooperate with what a court said because I felt that I didn't have to. I went to Planned Parenthood because I could be anonymous. Not that, like her prior statements, I went under an anonymous name. No. I could be she just flouted the idea. This stuff is brought up too. Again, judge brings this up. Not cooperative with that. You know, you can just tell this stuff is a lie. And the more she talks, like I was saying at the beginning of this, I wish she could have talked for 7 hours, because if she could have talked for 7 hours, 8 hours, she digs a hole pretty deep. In what, 30 minutes? She dug the hole. She had already started lying within 2 to 3 minutes, but she's digging that hole really, really deep, and she knows it too. That's why we get our pause and everything else. But
this is B28, Your Honor. Is this a true and accurate picture of the ultrasound you claim you received at Planned Parenthood in California in July of 2023?
That looks like it, yes.
I move to admit Exhibit 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
B28 received.
And Ms. Owens, this ultrasound image does not say Planned Parenthood. It says SMIL, which I'll call SMILE for purposes of court today, correct?
Correct.
And in your deposition, you admitted you altered this ultrasound picture to say SMILE instead of Planned Parenthood, right?
Correct.
and you admitted in your deposition to altering this picture on the Adobe Acrobat program at your house, right?
Correct.
During the deposition, you testified that the date listed here of July 7th of 2023 was correct and hadn't been edited by you, right?
Correct.
But you later admit that you lied about this July 7th ultrasound date, right?
Correct.
And you executed an affidavit on April 16th of 2024, claiming the correct date for this already doctored ultrasound was actually July 2nd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
So I want to get this straight, Ms. Owens. You initially claimed you had an ultrasound at Planned Parenthood on July 7th, which you doctored to say it was from Smile, right?
Correct.
Then the story changes again, and you claim that the ultrasound image should actually be dated July 2nd of 2023, right?
Correct.
So you changed the date on the ultrasound from July 2nd to July 7th, correct?
Correct.
And you utilized this altered or fake ultrasound to try to convince Mr. Echard and the court and the media that you were pregnant with Mr. Echard's twins.
This was never submitted to the court.
You're aware that Planned Parenthood has no record of an ultrasound for you, correct?
Under my real name, yes, and more.
And again, we've established you didn't provide our office with the name of that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under, correct?
Correct.
You never attended an appointment with Planned Parenthood in this case, Ms. Owens.
Yes, I did.
Can you take a look at Exhibit B29? This is a true and accurate copy of our request and the response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26th of 2024, correct?
Correct. I don't believe I've seen this, but I have no idea.
And counsel, I'm so sorry. I'll stop the clock like I've done for the others. We're going to give you a microphone because, as I anticipated, there was a problem picking up your cross-examination.
That was the media mic. So
Audio check.
I think it should just be on the. That would be great. Okay.
We work with what we have, right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
And I'll ask that a question one more time, Your Honor. Ms. Owens, Exhibit 29 is a copy of our request and the response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26th of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Move for the admission of Exhibit B29, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
B29 is received.
And while you've indicated today that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name, this letter actually indicates that you had scheduled an appointment for July 2nd, but that you failed to attend.
Correct.
It also indicates that the ultrasound image that you claimed was from Planned Parenthood was not from Planned Parenthood because it was not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
Not by the one in Mission Viejo. Correct.
Ms. Owens, these are yes or no questions. This document states that the ultrasound image you have claimed is from Planned Parenthood is not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
By that practice, but as they said, I could have been seen by another different entity.
Ms. Owens, you're well aware that this request covered all of Orange County and San Bernardino County.
It didn't cover Los Angeles, though.
So now you're saying you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles.
Yes.
So you're telling us you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles on the day of trial today.
Yes.
see, okay, I mean that's wild. So she changed up so much information, and you could see early on. Again, when I watched this before, you know, she's already put in a statement about I was staying at. You know, she was planning on trying to deflect this again. Well, actually, you didn't request from the right area. Now, that wouldn't, you know, with her narrative, that wouldn't have mattered anyway, because any of the narrative she went with, she's saying, you couldn't have found my name. At first, she was anonymous, which they don't do, by the way. No place allows you to just pop in with anonymity, you know, just take a test and be like, yeah, good to go. But on top of that, she's now saying that she went under a fake name. I mean, it's just, like, yeah, there's so much of this it's so destructive right there. You know, her lawyer talked about credibility issues, but ignore those credibility issues. You know, they don't actually pertain to this case. Oh, they very well do, because all of this stuff, what it speaks to is it speaks to her lack of credibility here. And because she's lying. She's straight up flagrantly lying and changing up her story as it suits her.
Okay, when did you go to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles?
Exactly when I said I went.
When was that?
July 2nd.
Okay. I'd like to go back to the 2 SACs you passed. So again, in your deposition, you claimed you passed them in September or October, right?
Yes.
Somebody asked too, why didn't they go after her harder? They would have. They didn't have time. They have enough time. She pretty much destroyed herself there. If you'd had a lot more time, oh, they would have hammered her on that, you know. But they have to leave enough time. Like by the end, they're rushing just to get in Clayton's statements, you know, just to get in enough there. But you can imagine if they would have had, again, a few more hours. They already just decimated. Really, they didn't have to. She did it to herself, but, oh man, that's a mess.
But then you changed the date and claimed that you passed these 2 SACs on July 23rd of 2023, right?
Right.
And you actually had an appointment scheduled with Dr. McCool, who you've claimed is your high-risk perinatologist, for July 24th of 2023, right?
Right, that I canceled days prior.
Okay, so you canceled that appointment.
Days prior.
Then you rescheduled it to August 7th, right?
Yes, if that's the date that I did.
So wouldn't you agree with me that for someone who has had miscarriages in the past and who has an alleged high-risk pregnancy, it would be prudent to attend an in-person appointment shortly after passing 2 SACs?
Well, that's why I asked the doctors online.
Owens, these are yes or no questions. I see you're looking at your attorney, but you need to look at the question for me.
Okay, can you ask the question again?
See, she messed up right there, and we can't see this because she's communicating and he's not saying anything, but you can see it again. If you've never seen this before, you should watch the media coverage, because her lawyer is giving her signals. She just noted that. Oh, he's shaking his, and then she cut off, you know. But you keep looking at your lawyer. Like, he's telling her what to do. The judge brought this up, by the way. So this isn't just some, like, conspiracy laying out there. This was addressed by the court. He was giving her signals. It looked like he was telling her, you know, to steal a base or to round it at home or whatever. I mean, he keeps doing things. It was wild to see. And like I said, she admitted it. She just admitted it in there, because this is so bad. She's messing up enough. He's like, no. It's so bad.
Again.
Wouldn't you agree that as someone who has a high-risk pregnancy that allegedly passed 2 SACs on July 23rd of 2023, it would have been important for you to see your high-risk perinatologist immediately after that happening?
Well, that's why I that's why I immediately contacted telemedicine. It was at night.
You contacted a telemed provider instead of attending the appointment with your high-risk perinatologist.
It had already been canceled days prior.
You didn't go to the emergency room? You didn't do anything? Like nothing? You didn't schedule a follow-up? You didn't do it? No. You texted and you contacted telemed. I mean, the judge comments on this too. It's like, a reasonable person would not do this. Reasonable people do not react that way. I very much agree with that.
Ms. Owens, you had 4 appointments scheduled with Dr.
Look how uncomfortable she looks in this.
Right?
Correct.
And you intentionally failed to attend those appointments because all of those appointments would have resulted in a medical record that stated you were not pregnant, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained to the form of the question, but you can ask the question in a different way.
I'll move on, Your Honor. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA, right?
What?
During the November 2nd hearing.
I said that the test
Can I finish the question, Ms. Owens? During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA. Ms. Owens, I see you continue.
No, I didn't. I never said it didn't. I said it came back inconclusive.
I'm confused about what date she's referring to.
So again, you know, the lawyer for Clayton here, it's like you continue interact. You're still interacting with your lawyer. You're still watching him. You're still getting signals from him, and she's getting rattled. You can see it. I mean, she is getting rattled on the stand.
What?
November 2nd.
November 2nd hearing.
Yes, November 2nd hearing.
Okay, again, before my time, so that's why I'm confused. I apologize.
You can answer the question.
I said it was inconclusive and it was little to no fetal DNA. I never said it came back anything but that.
Okay, well, today you've admitted that there was little to no fetal DNA, right?
I've never said there was anything else.
You also ordered and took a blood HCG test through Any Lab Test Now on October 16th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit 36, page 201. Actually, this has already been admitted, so we'll move past that. By the time of this test on November 16th, you had claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Zeman, right?
Your Honor, objection. She misstated the date. She said September 16th, I believe. It's October 16th.
That can be addressed in redirect.
I said that Dr. McCool's my doctor. I did not say that I had seen him. I said I had seen Dr. Higley and the rest. Correct.
And we'll talk about Dr. Higley soon here, but your answer is? Would you like me to repeat the question, Ms. Owens?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to stand here because it seems like you're looking at Mr. Gingras quite a bit for guidance.
No,
I love that angle, by the way. So we could see this at a different angle, you know, over toward Clayton, but we couldn't see the angle where you notice the lawyer has to step in between them because the signaling has gotten that bad. And he's not just sitting there being like, no, or I mean, baseball signals. And you can say even with the, again, image quality, the courtroom's image quality is not the most beautiful thing anyway. But with this, you can still see the discomfort. You see, she's getting rattled here. She's looking for an out. She's like, oh, please save me. And, you know, again, he's doing his best to try to get, probably, you know, one of the things that you would want is for them to move on. Yes, no, you know, move on. Get away from this, please, right now, because this is a devastating line of questioning. And she's making it worse. Because when she digs in her heels and she starts arguing about it, she's trying to come up with excuses. You know, she's trying to talk her way out of it. And that's not going to work. It reminds me of like, you know, if one of my kids like got caught doing something like the littlest one, you know how little bitty kids, they'll try to talk their way out of a situation, you know, sometimes. And, they've done something and they learn over time not to do this. This is behavior that typically most people, they set aside in life when they're young, except for people like this. What amazes me is how bad this goes here. And no other courtroom, nobody else, out of all these other trials, no one else could see through the twisted nature of this person. Talking about courts and stuff. I mean, just crazy. It shows you how much power somebody has simply with an accusation. Because this accusation, all it was backed with was smoke. There was nothing else. Just nothing. For that, it costs, again, 6 figures to fight. It takes months and months and months. And still, she could have potentially gotten away with this. I mean, there was questions right up to the end. We didn't know how it would go. We thought anybody who watched this knew that this went really bad for her. But we didn't know how it would go. Still, that to me, that's not just a statement on her. That's a statement on just how messed up this system is, because it allows somebody like this to go in and victimize others and re-victimize people. I mean, she re-victimized Greg Gillespie. She went after him in statements blaming him for activities that she did. It's crazy.
I don't need guidance from my attorney. I know how to answer the questions.
By the time of your appointment for this test,
I don't need guidance.
Of 2023, you claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Zeman, right?
Yes.
But instead of going to any of those providers for this test, you went to an entirely new provider, correct?
I just went on my way home from taking the RavGen test, actually.
These are yes or no questions, Ms. Owens.
Well, it wasn't a provider. It was a self-paid test, so.
Okay, so you didn't go to any of your prior listed providers for this test, right?
Correct.
Okay. By your own admission in your affidavit signed April 16th of 2024, this result of an HCG level of 102 was not consistent with pregnancy, right?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Overruled. You can answer.
Oh, can you say it again? I'm sorry.
By your own admission, the test result of 102 for the level for HCG was not consistent with a pregnancy.
Objection. John, go ahead.
I learned that it was.
You learned that it was consistent with pregnancy or was not consistent with pregnancy?
Well, the test results said anything above 4 was pregnant, so I thought 102 was pregnant, but then I learned it was not.
Okay, so you would agree with me that this was not consistent with pregnancy?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. You doctored this particular test twice, Ms. Owens, correct?
I doctored the test once.
Okay, and when was that?
When I tried to send it to Dave Neal to get him to stop creating harassing videos at me.
And what amount did you doctor the HCG level to for that particular?
It was like 102,000, I believe.
Okay. Isabel, can you please pull up Exhibit 17, Bates page 113? Ms. Owens, you'll recognize this as it looks like the same test from October 16th, but it has an HCG level different than what you just indicated, and it says 131,902.
Now, if people miss this, this is actually, I like that we can see this now, because if you look here, I remember when this came up, there was a discussion because Dave Neal and others had been sent a document. Again, this had a 102 level. She goes in and she changes this up into a 6-figure number. And she says, Dave Neal, well, harassing videos. Dave Neal, all he was asking for was, he was doing investigative journalism. He was asking for proof during all of this that she was pregnant. And she sent him a document trying to state, yes, indeed. So she tried to mislead an investigative journalist, to mislead the public on what was going on. Again, and you think about the ramifications to that. If people would have actually believed that document and they would have put this out there, what would that have led to for Clayton? That would have made Clayton an absolute monster, right? See, a lot of times when we talk about this, we talk about the lies and everything else. But what happens if people believe the lies? That would have meant that Clayton, the amount of harassment and nastiness and vitriol that would have been pointed at him because how dare you do this? It would have been unreal. And really, I think that's a lot of the intention too. It's to silence people, yes, but it's also to get them on her narrative, which is something that, she doesn't mind people talking about a case. She minds people talking about a case that doesn't fit in with the narrative that she's presented.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's.
So you also doctored this test.
No, I didn't know what the number was that I had made it to.
Well, Ms. Owens, I agree with you.
Wait, what?
You doctored this test twice. One to say 102,000 and again to say 131,902, right?
I doctored it, I guess, to say 131,902.
Okay. As of October 17th, 2023, when you received this test result, you had reason to believe you were not pregnant, right?
Yes, after doing some research, yes.
Okay, but then you proceeded to lie under oath at hearings before this court on October 24th, October 25th, and November 2nd, correct?
That's not correct, no.
Instead of telling the truth, you tampered with this HCG test to increase the level and offered that as support for a pregnancy.
To a content creator, not to the court.
You also
Again, just ignore what she's doing because, well, she didn't do that to the court. She only presented that to the public and potentially, hundreds of thousands to millions of people. If you take in all the subscribers and all the other people, again, for myself, for example, between me here and on Twitter, say I would have bought into that and be like, on my own, there's 500,000 people right there. You realize what that could lead to? Do you realize how much ugly that Clayton could have again, it's unreal. But hey, didn't file that with the court. Just lied and tried to make the world believe. That's totally normal, folks.
testified on November 2nd unequivocally that your OBGYNs were Dr. McCool and Dr. Higley, right?
Right.
In fact, you went so far as to state that your main OBGYN is the perinatalogist, Dr. McCool, right?
Correct.
You further testified on November 2nd that you had last seen Dr. Higley on last Friday, right?
Right.
You lied to the court when you made those statements.
I had the appointment scheduled, which you guys have.
Yes or no questions.
I know, but it needs to be answered. Correct. It needs to be answered. I had an appointment scheduled with him that I did not attend, but I did have an appointment scheduled.
Okay, so when you say you were seen by a doctor, that's not the same as having an appointment scheduled.
See, that is a nasty little piece right there, too. I like that we get a switch over and we can actually see Clayton. I mean, this stuff is unreal. Could you imagine having to sit through this? And again, he doesn't know how this is going to come out, even with all that evidence. He had all that evidence in the protective order. Like, he had all this stuff that favored him, and he still lost. She managed to spin her way out of it. But yeah, I mean, she's caught in a direct lie. If you say I was seen by a doctor, that doesn't mean I had an appointment with a doctor. There's much different there. She knows exactly what she did with that. She wasn't seen by a doctor. If you have no intention of going to an appointment, you're canceling them, but you're telling the court that you're seen by somebody, that's she's caught in that. She's trying to spin her way out of it yet again. Spin, spin, spin.
An appointment scheduled, correct?
Correct.
So we would agree that you were dishonest when you said you were physically seen by Dr. Higley the Friday before the November 2nd hearing.
Correct. That's a very minor thing.
It's very minor perjury. Remember that old statement. Remember the joke about it? It's just minor perjury. It's a very minor thing that she said, that she was seen by doctors that she wasn't seen by. Oh yeah, that's just a minor thing. And again, if we were talking about one item, a misstatement, okay. But we're not. We're talking about an entire fake pregnancy, wherein she tried to back that up with fake records. She tried to back that up with doctors that had never seen her, and so much more. I mean, it's just wild.
Hey, stop.
Yeah, really.
Ms. Owens,
You know,
you've never been seen
I mean, if this is going to, I'm not comfortable if the JFC crew is going to be
The JFC crew.
having reactions, honestly.
Okay, I'm going to stop the clock at this time. Counsel, you ask questions. Ma'am, you answer the questions. I could ask the gallery to please keep your
I
reactions.
think I
I'm
can't.
still talking, ma'am. Keep your comments to a minimum or you will be asked to leave.
See, the gallery had a reaction, and they do. You know, galleries, you're human beings, and you're sitting in there, and you're like, oh my God, that really happened? It's the same kind of like, I'm having a reaction here. You can imagine being there in the moment. You have reactions. Now, Gillespie's like, shut it up. You know, he's telling, hey, don't react. You know, he has more reaction than the gallery does. And what's fascinating is when the judge when the judge says something about it, she actually has more to say to Laura Owens. You know, hey, wait a minute, I'm still talking here. But it's I'm not comfortable if people are having, because she knows this isn't going well for her. She knows. If people are having this reaction, I mean, the judge may not be reactive, but the judge is still having the same type of thoughts everyone else is having during that. But Laura is melting down on the stand. You can see it. I mean, she's being hammered over and over again with the lies that she's told.
Go ahead, counsel.
Ms. Owens, you've never been seen by Dr. McCool or Dr. Higley for any medical appointment, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. McCool's office indicate that you made 4 appointments that you never attended, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. Higley's office that we obtained indicate that they have no records for you from August 2020 through the present, right?
I'm sorry, you said Dr. Higley or Dr. McCool? Can I take a minute?
I'm gonna
Can we have just
cry.
a 5-minute recess?
Sure, at this time. No, go ahead. What were you going to say, counsel?
I'm just concerned about our time constraint. That's all, Your Honor. So.
Well, we factored in a 10-minute break, so what we'll do is we'll take it now. And then when we come back, there will be no further breaks, so that's just something for the parties to keep in mind. We'll stand in recess.
That bothers me, by the way. Again, they took a break. Not the Laura part bothers me. You know, because again, you do have a 10-minute break. But Clayton has not offered anything. Like you can imagine how emotional he doesn't have a reaction. He actually does very well. But you can imagine, as the victim in this, all the stress, he could very well have a human reaction here. And he's not allowed another break. So while she's getting grilled and she starts to crack, the court allows a break for her. But there's nothing factored in for the guy that's the victim in this. Like that really bothers me when I think about that. I feel like that was yet another piece of, she didn't get away with anything with it, but it allowed her to go in, compose herself, for her lawyer to talk and do whatever. And also, again, there is no consideration for the victim, none whatsoever, that is extended. That really bothers me.
All right.
I don't know how the. I'll say, yeah, I'll jump if it leaves it in here.
So we're 22 minutes. I don't mean to. Yeah, I'm gonna go with you.
Let's see. Just give me a minute. I'm checking it to see if there's the whole break is here.
All right.
Okay, so there we go.
Seated, please. All right, welcome back, everybody. I do remind our witnesses that you are still under oath. Counsel, if your client would like to resume the witness stand.
A quick time check, Judge.
Sure. Petitioners at 29 minutes and 30 seconds. Respondents at 22 minutes and 1 second. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Owens, you testified at the November 2nd hearing that you had a due date
of February 14th of 2024, which is Valentine's Day, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have a single medical record to support that alleged due date, right?
No.
I like actually being able to see
I
the
do.
judge of this.
I was trying to say I do have a record. That's what I was told by Tamara Lister at Banner Health, was that it would be Valentine's.
I wish we could see the judge the entire time. Judges remind me a lot like a therapist or anything. You know, you're supposed to be a blank slate. Now, it's not easy sometimes, you know. And judges sometimes get reactive, too. You can actually see in some of her comments that she got tired of the way that Laura was reacting. Like I said, I wish we could see, like, you know, wish we could see the council and everything that's going on. That would be amazing.
And you're aware that the record that you've provided from Banner does not indicate any due date, right?
It was in conversation with her as to when the due date would be.
So these are yes or no questions. You're aware that the record you provided from Banner lists no such due date, right?
It can't be answered in a yes or no manner. I'm saying
Answer yes, no, or I don't know.
So then can you please repeat the question?
So the judge told her.
Ms. Owens, you're
concise.
aware that the record from Banner that you provided, that your attorney just admitted into evidence, does not have an alleged due date of any kind on it, right?
Okay, then yes.
I want you to take a look at what's our Exhibit 17, page 110. And this is the same as your Exhibit A1. This is a picture you took of a portion of a page from Banner, correct?
Correct.
Where is the rest of the document, Ms. Owens?
Clayton had it.
I'm asking you, where is the rest of the document in this particular exhibit?
I don't know, but there's nothing I was trying to hide from it. Clayton got the entire thing.
Ms. Owens, you recognize you've been accused of faking records in this case, right?
Yes.
And you expect the court to accept a picture of a portion of an alleged record?
You guys got the results yourselves, so
These are yes or no questions.
that's not fair.
You have an opportunity to conduct redirect examination, and you can elaborate
that. That's not fair.
And again, one at a time.
I mean, that's not fair. You guys know that you have the results of this that show the same thing, so I wasn't hiding anything here. That's not fair.
Your Honor, I have to move on, so I'd ask that the court find this non-responsive.
Court will designate it as non-responsive.
For someone who's been involved in court cases nonstop since at least 2016.
You know what? That's not accurate. I have not been involved nonstop since 2016.
I'm going to stop the clock for a moment, and I'm going to remind the parties. Counsel, you ask a question. Ma'am, you answer the question. Otherwise, we move into a different area that I don't think anyone wants to go into. Counsel, resume.
Yeah, see that right there. You notice, if you don't give answers, if you refuse to answer this, then we move into an area nobody wants to be part of. She's telling Laura Owens straight up, you better get it straight. That right there, again, that's indicative of how the judge is seeing this. The judge may present as there and blank slate, but her words are telling you that she's getting tired of this. She's getting tired of the evasiveness. She's getting tired of all the craziness. I missed two on here. Mazza, thanks for two, by the way. We can't see Dingus hand signals. I know from this we get different angles. And unfortunately, the beginning of all the hand signals and stuff, we don't get all of that. We get part of it on the media portion. I was trying to think of what to call that. But we actually don't get all of it. But we can see the reaction is bad enough that, again, the judge commented on that stuff. So I think that's more telling than anything. They had to delay what they were doing. The attorney had to move over and to block Laura Owens off from her own counsel. And then the judge responds, so we may not see it, but the judge certainly did. Candace, thanks for the 2 there too. This is her I pledged, not donated moment. That's true. That's exactly what we saw. We saw that in like the Heard trial, you know, getting down to the semantics of something and saying, well, no, I said this, not that. Only she doesn't really have something, you know, we were talking about the doctors. She doesn't really even have that to lean on. Like I said, this has gone as bad as it can go. This has gone so bad that the judge has had, it's basically, I don't want to call it a threat because it's not. She's saying, you know, if you continue down this, there will be an action taken that you're not going to like. Nobody wants to go the direction that you're going. She's reminding her, this is going really bad for you. And it is. It's going really bad. When a judge is going to that level, it is.
Ms. Owens, you have been involved in court cases since at least 2016, correct?
Nonstop, or are you saying since 2016? Can you just rephrase the question?
Please answer the question as I've asked it. You've been involved in court cases since
She didn't take the court's
2016.
No.
Okay.
She didn't listen to the
This particular
court.
document, Exhibit A1, has 3 different types of highlighting on it, correct?
I see 2.
And Isabel, if you can please pull our Exhibit 17, page 110. You'll see this is the same document, but I believe maybe when your office scanned it in, you can't see all the highlighting. So I'm going to show you ours. You see there's 3 different types of highlighting.
Yes.
And you highlighted this on the same Adobe Acrobat program that you used to alter the other records, correct?
This was the doctor highlighted point of care test results, and then I highlighted first trimester pregnancy and encounter for pregnancy test on my iPhone, but it wasn't Adobe Acrobat.
Okay, but you would agree with me, there's 3 different types of highlighting on this document, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about the date of this alleged HCG test. We can agree that a woman typically takes a pregnancy test when they've missed their menstrual period, right?
Well, my case was different.
Ms. Owens, these are yes or no questions.
I think the answer depends. I don't get a period, so I don't know how to answer that.
So see here. Okay, so this is the I don't get a period portion. So she went from light spotting that we mentioned before to I don't get a period. And again, the judge is all over this. You know, oh, God, that's just bad. It's brutal. Like seeing her, like just seeing the way that she responds, you can see the discomfort.
Okay, so you don't get a regular period,
I
right?
don't.
So you took this test before even missing a period, right?
Correct.
And between 2014 and the present, you have alleged that you were pregnant by 4 different men, correct?
Correct.
And all 4 of those men told you, one way or another, that they believed you fabricated those pregnancies, right?
The first was not so specific about that.
And 3 of them are here today, right?
Correct.
And they also believe that you doctored medical records, right?
Objection foundation.
The first wasn't so specific about that. So 4 men believe that you faked pregnancies. That's, again, I know I say that's crazy, but that is crazy. 4 men had reason to believe that she was faking pregnancies, and she gets caught in this case faking it, which adds so much credibility to these other people and what they've been saying.
Sustained.
I'll move on, Your Honor. Ms. Owens, each time that one of these 3 men refused to be in a relationship with you and questioned your pregnancy narrative, you obtained an order of protection against them, right?
False.
Okay, well, you have an order of protection against Mr. Greg Gillespie, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't believe that you were ever pregnant with his child, right?
No, that's wrong. That's He had me, I went to a doctor. He told me I needed to go to the specific doctor to confirm the pregnancy, which I did, who spoke to him.
Stop. I'm striking that response. The court reporter has been very clear. Everyone's talking over each other for appellate purposes, and the fact that one of the parties is paying for the court reporter. I implore you, please, to talk one at a time. With regards to the objection, it's overruled.
Again, the judge has to step in yet again and be like, shut it down. Answer the questions correctly. Stop trying to throw in. This judge is very patient. Like a lot of judges by now, they would have stepped all over it. But you notice the other statement the judge made in here. The judge knows what she's dealing with these folks. So for appellate reasons, in case this is actually appealed, I want it to be on record that.
Go ahead, counsel.
It's got to be right.
Your Honor, I'll move on in the interest of time. Ms. Owens, you didn't file an affidavit of financial information in this case, did you?
I did.
When did you file that?
August or September. It's with the court.
Okay.
It's on the record.
Well, consistent with your deposition testimony and your April 16th affidavit, you would agree with me that you make approximately $200,000 a year and then have approximately $500,000 in like a money market account, right?
I don't have $500,000 in a money market account.
Okay, but you would agree with me that you make approximately $200,000 a year?
It's with businesses I have with my mom, so it's proportional to us.
Okay.
With our companies, yeah.
Ms. Owens, I want to give you one more opportunity. The media is here. You know that this case has gone viral. You have an opportunity right now to come clean and start fresh. So I'm going to ask you one final time. You were never pregnant by Clayton Echard, correct?
That is absolutely incorrect.
I have no further questions.
Time, Judge.
Man, that went really bad. They've given her so many chances of an out, by the way. Heather, thank you also for those 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Thank you all. I know this is oh man. You ever look at something and you think, how in the world has this person been able to get away with this for so long? Because again, she's not a skilled liar. And Clayton, like I said, he went into a courtroom on the protective order and he had plenty of information that showcased that she was a liar. And despite that, he wasn't able to get anything done. It shows you the problems here. Heather, thanks for the 5 there too. That was a happy birthday to our generous John S., by the way. Happy birthday, John. Yes, indeed. Happy birthday to John. Again, chat, give John love. Appreciate you. Man. Okay, I'm going to continue. I'm absorbing it. I've seen this. To give you an idea of how crazy, I've watched a lot of cases. A lot. I've seen a lot of trials. You have too, I'm sure. You've seen quite a few trials. I've seen this multiple times. Again, I've not seen the judge in that like this. This is an interesting window into the way that people are reacting. Actually being able to see Laura like straight on, that's fascinating too, and be able to see different reactions. But even seeing this that many times, I still, when I sit down, I think, my God, this is nuts.
Time check, 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Redirect when you're ready.
Your Honor, I've got about 3 questions. First of all, Laura, looking at Exhibit A0, are we on my screen? This is the timeline that we talked about before. Can you just go back over that real quick? And does that accurately reflect the testimony you gave earlier regarding your version of the events?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A0 under, it's a Rule 1006. It's a summary of testimony.
Your Honor, I would object. I don't believe this is an accurate summary of her testimony today.
That's for the fine. Sorry.
Over objection, the court will receive what's been marked as A30, giving it the weight that it deserves. It doesn't appear to be a demonstrative
giving it the weight that it deserves.
Right. Laura, regarding Banner, there was some comment just a minute ago that that you didn't produce records from Banner. To your knowledge, did you authorize Mr. Woodnick or his firm to get records from Banner?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit A1, it's not just a photo of, the first page is a photo of something, but can you tell us what the second page here is?
That's from my patient portal showing that I was positive for Banner.
Okay, and to your knowledge, did Mr. Woodnick actually receive records from Banner? Did he ask for them?
Yes.
And did he get them?
Yes.
Okay. One final thing. You said before on cross-examination that when you saw that 102 HCG test from October 16th, that you believe that meant you were not pregnant. Do you understand the difference between a viable pregnancy and a non-viable one?
Yes.
Do you believe that the 102 number that you got in October 16th of 2023 meant that you were not pregnant at all?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What was your understanding of that 102 number? What did it mean to you?
That I was still pregnant, as it was over 4 was what it said.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
I like the whole, again, they were playing, her whole defense is, I did all of this in good faith. Everything I did in good faith. Therefore, that number, I'm not misrepresenting anything. Yes, this is the reality. Travis, thanks for the 5 there. Funny thing is, she will never have another relationship as long as she lives for fear of being sued or charged with rape. I would say that, but here's the thing. Like, she, on her side, I don't think that, man. There was one of the worst cases of DV that has ever come out of the UK. One that redefined how the courts look at that. Lady did horrible, I'm just going to say horrible things. Almost ended the person that she directed this stuff at. She went to jail, and they did a follow-up on it. Guess what? She was in a relationship with yet another person. So for her, I don't think will she pull this again? I don't know. You would think, like, again, a rational person wouldn't do that, but we are not dealing with a rational person, I mean, what you're saying, Travis, for sure, most people, when they look at her, they would think, wow. But if you ever looked at comments where when something comes up and like there's a terrible case, and you see all these guys in there, and they're like, I can fix her. I can fix her. Now, obviously, some of those are troll jokes, right? But there are people out there that really do think like that. So despite everything that she's done, and again, if this doesn't get big enough, if there's not enough information, too, a lot of people are not going to, they're not going to know who this is. That assumes, again, she's using her real name, too. But yeah, a lot of people, it would steer off, I would think, especially high-profile people. So I think you would be right in that. But I think there are a lot of idiots out there. And on top of that, as a guy, that's not going to happen to me. That's not going to happen to me. I think men should be afraid. They should be. Because this is a person, the sued or the accused. Another thing that's terrible in this, too, not just the damage, no one will ever believe her. If anything ever did happen, nobody would believe her. But again, people, there are a lot of thirsty dudes out there. That is a sad indictment of humanity and a sad indictment of men. But yeah, I mean, Travis, like you're saying, I do agree. The high-profile men, especially any men with like some sense to them. But there are a lot of idiots out there. Whew. Too many.
All right, ma'am, you can go sit back down.
One more time check, Judge.
Sure. Respondent's at 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Petitioner is at 31 minutes, 14 seconds of the 50. You can call your next witness when you're ready.
Your Honor, petitioner calls Dr. Michael Medchell.
All right.
Thank you.
Doctor, if you'd like to bring water with you, you may.
This doesn't go well either.
Did we swear him already? We did. Good morning, Dr. Medchell. State your name, please.
Dr. Michael Medchell.
We have about 15 minutes, so I got to go really, really quick here. I know you're retired now. Can you tell the court what you did before you retired?
I was the chairman of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at St. Joseph's Hospital. I was in private practice at the same time, and I was also on the teaching faculty of the Phoenix Integrated Residency Program in Obstetrics and Gynecology.
Okay, so you have a medical doctorate degree?
Yes.
And you practiced medicine in Arizona for about 30 years, is that right?
That's correct.
And according to the Arizona Medical Board, it says that you were first licensed in Arizona in 1992, and your medical license expired on March 7th, 2022. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's about 2 years ago. And you retired from medicine in good standing with the medical board?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I tender Dr. Mitchell as an expert in the area of obstetrics and gynecology.
No objection. All right, so stipulated.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, in front of you there.
Now, I'm not going to get on a rant about this, but I rant about expert witnesses because they are paid to have specific opinions. And this guy is the perfect example of that. Like, when you listen to what he has to say, like, listen to that. Listen to what he ignores. And, I mean, really, it's sad. Deanna, by the way, thank you for that. Super sticker, appreciate that. Thank you. And Heather, thanks for Vive. Her whole family needs to be charged as accessories. It's also sick and twisted. We can't control her. Just go with it. Yeah, it is devastating that the family, like when you start looking at the other cases, that's when you get more clear picture of the family role. You know, for myself, I'm very conflicted at first about family and what's there. But again, when you start looking at the family involvement, like they're involved here. Involved with Mike Mancini, and they adopted these narratives. They have adopted that he was, even though they sat down with this guy, they know what was going on. They know the text messages from them and more, even though they know the manipulation and everything else, they sat down and let her ruin this guy's life, knowing what they knew, knowing that he tried, and again, tell her anything. Otherwise, she's going to end herself. They participated in that for sure, 100%. And despite all of that, they either sat idly by and allowed what happened to him, or worse, they were active participants. And I believe they were active participants. The way this stuff is, they're an active participant here. One of them is present. They were going to testify, but they ran out of time. So.
We've got your 92, and your medical license expired on March 7th, 2022. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's about 2 years ago. And you retired from medicine in good standing with the medical board?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I tender Dr. Mitchell as an expert in the area of obstetrics and gynecology. No objection.
All right, so stipulated.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, in front of you there, we've got your CV, I guess. This is Exhibit A12. And everything in your CV is accurate?
Yes.
Is that up to date and current?
Yes.
Okay. And like you said, you served as the chairman of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department at St. Joseph's Hospital in Phoenix?
Yes, for 4 years.
In that capacity, how many children did you personally deliver?
I delivered over 20,000 babies.
And I think when we were talking, you explained that the success rate of a pregnancy when a woman becomes pregnant and then delivers a baby, not all of them make it. Is that right?
Almost half of all pregnancies end in a miscarriage.
Okay. And so if you delivered 22 or 20,000 children, how many patients did you see that didn't deliver healthy babies?
Objection, relevance, Judge.
Goes directly to the, I'm sorry?
Sustained.
In addition to women that did not deliver a healthy baby, in addition to women who delivered healthy children, did you have patients who had miscarriages?
Thousands.
And so you have extensive training and experience with regard to women that have non-normal pregnancies?
Correct.
All right, Dr. Mitchell, in your report here, which again is Exhibit A12, you summarize, there's a written report and it's going slow. Let me see here. Did you review some records as part of your retention in this case?
Yes.
And your report has an index of exhibits that you looked at. There's a Banner pregnancy test, an image of some tissues. They're all attached to your report. Other than what is listed there, did you review anything else?
just the ones that I've listed.
Okay. And after you performed that initial review, you asked for some medical records. You had a question regarding medications?
Yes.
And did you get those records?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where they're from?
From Barrow Neurologic Institute.
And you're familiar with Barrow?
Very familiar. They're at St. Joseph's Hospital.
That's part of the same hospital where you used to work?
Yes.
Dr. Medshill, based on your review of Laura's medical records that you've identified in your report, did you form any opinions at all regarding whether or not she was pregnant in 2023 at any time?
Absolutely. I believe she was pregnant with over 99% probability.
Okay. And can you explain what facts support that conclusion? The facts that you considered anyway.
I am kind of the Sergeant Friday of Dragnet. I only take in the facts, the bare facts that are known to be provable. Number one, there was intimacy of some type, disputed what exactly it was. Number two, she had a positive pregnancy test at a lab at Banner, which means that there's a 99% chance that that's a positive pregnancy. Number three, she had a negative test or little or no fetal DNA found on a test in late September looking for fetal DNA in the blood. What that tells me is that by that point at the end of September, the pregnancy had failed, that even though she still had a positive pregnancy test, it was no longer a viable pregnancy. The fourth thing is that she still had a positive pregnancy test in the blood of 102 on October 16th, which again, greater than 99% positive that she was pregnant. And the fact that between June 1st and October 16th, she's got two.
Now, here's something I do want to add here. So false positives, he's playing off of this thing. Okay, he's playing off, their false positive recording, they themselves are noted as being rare at 1% of the time. So the item itself is reported at a 99%. However, that doesn't go into incorrect results. With incorrect results and false pregnancy, you can get into everything from user error, conditions, medication. There's so many other items. So it's so deceptive the way that he's playing this, because again, he's not accounting for anything else. He doesn't even want to hear that she could be on medications. He doesn't want to review any of that. He doesn't want to review the fact that she's lied. She has lied multiple times. He doesn't include any of that. He's just playing off of this one statistic. I actually don't believe that statistic, by the way. I believe that's a shopped statistic where, they try to convince you. But if you look up, I was curious about this, so I looked up false positives. And as far as false positive ratings, they note them at less than 1%. Like I said, I don't actually believe that either. But user error, that kicks it up into some pretty high rated numbers. Medications, all of that other stuff.
Laboratory proven pregnancy tests that indicates that all of the urine pregnancy tests, any other pregnancy tests that she had done likely are also demonstrably positive. And the final thing is when she had bleeding in November, and then a couple of days later had a negative pregnancy test at the mom doc, it also illustrates, one, that the pregnancy finally was completed. So what happened was she had a pregnancy, it failed at some point. There's no way of knowing exactly when. Frequently, very frequently, when people miscarry, they're incomplete. Some of it miscarries, the fetus is no longer alive, but you still continue to have a positive pregnancy test because there's still tissue there that hasn't been expelled. That finally happened in November when that pregnancy was completed, when that miscarriage was completed.
Okay, Dr. Mitchell.
Here's actually a good question, too. Marina, thanks for the 5 there, said, how could she be 99% pregnant when the Nravgen test showed little to no fetal DNA? You know, there's where we run into the problems with testing. They don't eliminate liars. They don't eliminate evil. They don't account for that. They treat it like you're actually going in under good faith and you're attempting something, not that someone is trying to perpetrate some type of fraud.
Mr. Echard has said that he doesn't believe that a pregnancy was possible here because there was no intercourse. Do you have an opinion about that? Regarding general, not regarding him or her, but in general.
Well, it's said that men are like basketball players. They dribble before they shoot. They also dribble afterwards. And
gross.
If you are rubbing genitalia together, it is possible to get pregnant.
Never watch basketball again.
How much weight would you assign to the fact that Mr. Echard denied sexual intercourse? Is that significant to the question of whether she was pregnant, or is it a minor point?
It has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, counsel.
I'll withdraw.
Okay.
Dr. Mitchell, I think you said earlier that it's impossible to know for sure when Laura's pregnancy ended. Do you have an opinion about, based on the records that you've seen and the information that's been provided to you, do you have a theory about when?
It actually ended in November when her pregnancy test was negative. When it failed, in other words, when it was no longer viable, there is no way of knowing exactly when that happened.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, somebody online, I think, made a comment, it's just a theory, obviously, that Laura may have injected herself with HCG. I think that we talked about a trigger shot or something like that.
Some random person online, they may have made this comment. That's so messed up, dude. You have to admit that is pretty messed up, right? It's just this random person online. They may have said this. Do you have an opinion on this as well? Yes. LR, by the way, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership. Welcome to Doug's Thugs. Appreciate you. Thank you. That basketball thing. Yeah, men, they're like basketball players. They're dribbling all over. You know, you gotta watch out for the furniture and the puppies. And you're like, gross. Never let the men's near your kitchen because, my God, they're like basketball players. Never let them make your burgers. And oh my God, if they ever touch the helmet mayonnaise, and you're like, no, don't talk about this. The worst analogy ever, my God.
First of all, what is an HCG trigger shot?
It's used in trying to help somebody get pregnant, and it's by prescription. It's an injection, and I saw no records that indicated that anybody would have given her a prescription for HCG. Okay. Nor would there be a reason to give her one, especially if she was already pregnant.
Right. Dr. Mitchell, Clayton, in his pretrial statement, objected to your testimony on a couple of grounds, and I know you and I talked about this. I'll just read one of his objections, that you have relied on an admittedly tampered with data set. Do you feel that you've relied on admittedly tampered data in any way, shape, or form in forming your conclusions?
Absolutely not. All I've included were the fact that they both admitted that there was some type of intimacy, that there were all the other things that I used to make my decision was based on laboratory tests.
And the Planned Parenthood sonogram that we've spoken about, and I think you were sitting here and saw and heard that testimony. Did you rely on that Planned Parenthood sonogram in any way?
No.
And
See that, they try to use that as a positive, but that's actually a negative. Because what he's telling you is that he doesn't look at anything that doesn't go along with the narrative. He didn't include, just like I said, with user error, medication, all of that, or lies. He hasn't accounted for that at all. Yeah, he's a hired gun that is supposed to come in here and back that up. Look at all of my credentials. Aren't they shiny? Wears them like medals. He wears all of those women that not only delivered children, but that miscarried. He wears them like a badge so he can come out and he can back lies. That's disgusting to me. Ugh. Heather, thanks for the two. Tug, how is everything with the triplets? I'm actually, okay, I'm glad you asked. I'm actually, you've heard of new virgins, you know, people that decide that they're going to go in and reset. Well, I've decided with the twins, or the triplets, I'm sorry. Shouldn't discount one of them. I decided to go in and reset my triplets to the first trimester. So I'm reliving the experience. It was so joyous that I'm just... You know, sometimes you overcook a ham. I figure if they pop out, you know, we're past the trouble years. You know, if they pop out at like 5 or something, they'll be already potty trained. It'd be a good time. So, yeah, I'm still in my first trimester. Thank you for asking.
The HCG test from any lab test now that Laura did not send to any court, the one that said 130-something thousand, did you rely on that in any way?
No.
Does the fact that Laura has those credibility problems and that she did some things that we all agree are dumb, does that change your opinion on whether or not
we all agree are dumb?
Why not?
The lab tests, like I said, are 99+%, and they were repeated over and over and over.
They were not.
And so she was pregnant.
That is incorrect. The lab tests were not repeated over and over again. That is blatantly false. Lab tests did not happen a bunch of times. She's saying I peed on a stick a bunch of times, by the way. And the tests that we got, remember, we got tests that aren't being included, like little to no fetal DNA. Just ignore those, you know. Those don't count at all. Everything else, anything that he could call a positive. But he added in something that is absolutely false in this.
One other objection that Clayton made to your testimony, Dr. Medchill, is that you, with zero scientific or DNA basis, made a conclusion that Clayton was the father of twins. Have you reached that opinion at all?
What's up, Megan?
No,
Hey, Megan, what's up, by the way? Yeah, Megan's been on vacay, so I hope she's been enjoying that vacation. You know, when she gets back, you know, and gets situated, we'll have fun times again too, for sure. Thanks for the 20 there. Dribble. Man, you know what? That disturbs me enough that if I had a basketball court set up outside my house, I'd probably be like, yeah, nobody's playing with that, you know? And sports. My kids are going to do soccer or something else because the basketball court is a very dangerous place. I mean, now when I see a spill on the basketball court, you know, before I might think, man, that's a little bit of water. Now, no. Now I need to run around the basketball court with a freaking black light. You know how people will go into hotel rooms to see if they're cleaned up? Now I want to run around a freaking basketball court with a black light and be like, oh my gross. Oh my gross. No, that's not right. The only thing I'm ever going to watch anymore is the WNBA. I never thought that I would watch the WNBA, but man, now it's the only place safe anymore.
I mean, I don't see it in your report. I'm just wondering if you agree that you can't make any conclusions at all because we don't have DNA.
Correct.
And you're familiar with the RavGen test process?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason why a woman who is not pregnant would want to take a test like that?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Dr. Medchill, if Laura was not pregnant and she submitted a sample to RavGen, would RavGen be able to confirm that she wasn't pregnant?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Dr. Medchill, you're familiar with RavGen. You just said that.
Yes.
Did you ever use them in your practice or something like that, a similar service?
Yes.
And as part of using a DNA testing service like that, does the service confirm that the woman is or isn't pregnant? Can they come back and say, this woman's not pregnant?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Did you ever have that happen? When you used DNA testing as a doctor, did you ever have a test come back that said that a woman was not pregnant?
Objection, Foundation. And also, RavGen's only been around for a few years, and I think he's been retired for a few.
I'm asking about the process generally, Your Honor.
Overruled. He can answer the question.
Free cell DNA, which Ravgen is a type, has been around for a number of years. I used it frequently. It not only tells you if you're pregnant, it tells if it's a boy or a girl. It'll tell you if it has genetic defects. It's incredible. It's the biggest, best new technology that we've had in the last 20, 30 years.
I was looking at my notes when you answered. So a Ravgen type test, or Ravgen itself, can tell whether it's a boy or a girl?
Yes.
Can tell, well, then necessarily could tell whether the woman's pregnant at all?
Yes, obviously.
Okay.
No. No. Ravgen, what we heard, Ravgen again, inconclusive. That's what you get. Inconclusive. He has it spotlighting whether or not there was a baby. What did they decide? I mean, you know, the way that he just described that testing, though, actually did not work out for Laura whatsoever. That went badly for them. That didn't go the way that he was intending, because basically this makes her look like even more of a liar. But the way that he described that, again, I think the best description of Ravgen or anything else, they are not there to rule out liars. They're not there to rule out evil.
Dr. Mitchell, one final question, one series. Can you see the picture behind you there of Laura's body? As a physician and as a man or a doctor who's delivered lots of healthy babies and maybe some that didn't end healthy, can you explain how Laura's body could be that size and she never said that she passed any dead fetus?
Tapeworm. Exceeds the scope of his presentation. He didn't even review the photo as part of the exhibits.
Overruled. He can answer if he has an opinion. The court will give it the weight it deserves, which could be a little, a lot, or none at all.
That photo is actually one of the things that. Did you look at this photo as part of your review?
I saw that photo earlier. Yes.
And
so you considered
Laura's belly,
no. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Gingrich tried to make it sound like he looked at that as part of the tests, as everything that he did. Again, that would be non-scientific anyway, because he said, he just sticks to the facts. This would not be something. This could be anything. It could be manipulation of a picture. It could be anything whatsoever. She could have a parasite. We're talking about a tapeworm, Yeah, while she was visiting Iceland, you didn't know about this. You didn't hear about the blowfly epidemic back then. By the way, they incubate for a long time. Yeah, 2016, yeah. In my practice, when I was delivering 1,200,000 babies, I actually saw this one time from Iceland, where an Icelandic tapeworm, it laid eggs, and then 8 years later, boom. But that's actually not what he said. He said, I saw this picture earlier. So he did not review that as part of it. Heather, thanks for the 2 there, too. Her Photoshops was pretty good here. I mean, look at it. It's so bizarre. Like the entire thing, like her back and stuff. Is your spine supposed to wave like that? Like I do that, it hurts. I want to sing an REM song while I'm trying this right now. Everybody hurts. Everybody hurts, especially if you do this. Oh my God, man. I'm trying to do that. You'd probably laugh at me right now. I'm trying to pooch my stomach out and pop my back out like that, And I mean, it just looks so bizarre, It reminds me of, those noodles, those, God, what do they call those? Those inflatable people that you put outside of like a car dealership or something, inflate them with the air and they wave back and forth. That's what it reminds me of. It looks so bizarre there. Oh God.
Anymore. Does that show you anything regarding whether or not she was pregnant?
It could indicate that she was pregnant, could indicate other things.
The fact that Laura didn't claim to pass a large fetus, is that something surprising to you, or is that something that could logically be explained medically?
The fact that this pregnancy, in all likelihood, was no longer viable early in this pregnancy, doesn't surprise me that she didn't pass much tissue at all.
Once in my practice, I had a woman that actually she had 2 Pac-Men and a ghost inside of her. And one of the Pac-Men ate the... I mean, what are we talking about, Lord?
How does that happen? Does the body...
What happens is the fetus starts to grow. At some point, the fetus stops growing. There's no longer a heartbeat. If it's very early, they may just get a period. If they miscarry, they may pass a little tissue, maybe not. And some of that tissue remains enough that it continues to produce HCG. That's why she continued to have the positive pregnancy tests. And that's why we call it an incomplete abortion. Once we know that there's no longer a viable pregnancy there, but the pregnancy doesn't end until that.
Do you notice my subtitle? I apologize for that. I don't know why my subtitles turned off. My subtitles were like, "This is so gross. I don't even want to take part in it." I bet the subtitles turned themselves off after they heard about the basketball analogy. They were like, "Yo, I'm out." The platform was like, "Hey, wait a minute. We're sponsored by the NBA. We don't want to hear about this frightening people off." Oh, Lord. We sell souvenir basketballs. What are you trying to say, son?
All that tissue is gone, at which time it is a completed miscarriage.
Okay. 2 more questions, Dr. Mitchell. Have you reviewed the expert report of Dr. Deans, who's Clayton's expert?
Yes.
Do you disagree with anything that Dr. Deans said?
Not really. The only thing that was amusing to me was the fact that they're relying on a clinical pregnancy. There's an old adage, either you're pregnant or you're not. The adage isn't you're either clinically pregnant or not. And the reason for that is because to be clinically pregnant, that means you have to have prenatal care. Laura did not have prenatal care. I took care of hundreds of women who had no prenatal care. So technically, we're not clinically pregnant, walked into the hospital, and I delivered a 9-pound baby.
This kind of pisses me off, too, because you know what? It's using people that are from lower socioeconomic standings, people that have mental illness, people that may not know they're pregnant, so on. It's using that in a situation where, again, Laura is saying, everything I'm doing is for the child. None of this is supposed to be about revenge against Clayton or anything else, but she didn't even adopt a minimal care standard in this. She didn't bother to go in. And again, like he said, involve any type of prenatal care. You're talking about somebody that has money. They have the ability to do all of that, but they wouldn't. Why would that happen? Either, again, they're not acting like a reasonable person. Why would they do that? Well, in this case, I think we have all of our answers spelled out. It's pretty obvious.
Even though they weren't clinically pregnant. Clinical pregnancy only means that they've gotten prenatal care that you could see on ultrasound or you could hear with an instrument. And so a clinical pregnancy is not relevant here. It's either you're pregnant or you're not.
And your opinion is that Laura was pregnant, even if it wasn't a clinical pregnancy, she was pregnant?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Counsel, you're at 45 minutes and 43 seconds. Counsel, you have 28 minutes, 46 seconds.
Thank you, Doctor. You consider yourself a scientist, correct?
Yes.
And so you know that when collecting data, it's garbage in, garbage out. If you're not relying on good data, the opinion you're going to give is not going to be credible. Is that correct?
Indeed.
That's why I only relied on the data that I thought was totally credible.
And that was the data that Mr. Gingras gave you, correct?
That was the data that was presented to me.
I saw when you drove into the parking lot, you walked in with Laura's mom in the parking lot. Are you friendly with her mother?
I just met her this morning.
Okay, that's nice. Did you?
Okay, that's nice.
Well, let's go here. Mr. Gingras asked you whether or not you relied on the ultrasound, but you're aware that the ultrasound was a fake, correct?
I've been told that, and that's why I didn't rely on it.
Okay, but knowing that the ultrasound was a fake, doesn't that cause you to be incredulous about the other data that Ms. Owens presented you?
That's precisely why I only used the data that was laboratory proven.
Well, you actually sat in here and are relying on a photocopy or a picture of a medical record that Laura gave. That was the banner with the 3 colors of highlighter. Do you remember seeing that? You were just sitting here. The example.
Yeah, I saw that, yes.
You understand, Laura has admitted to faking medical records in this case.
Yes.
She faked ultrasounds by putting other lab names on them. She faked the 2 versions of the HCG test that you relied on, correct?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
That's exactly what you
Overruled. It
testified
can be
to.
addressed. It can be addressed in redirect.
You know,
the data that I relied on was stuff that was verified from the laboratory itself.
That's not true. You relied on a photocopy that Laura took a picture of and provided you. It's in your file.
The Sonora Quest test on October the 16th was, I believe, derived directly from Sonora Quest.
Okay, let me pause you. Does it concern you as a scientist that 3 men have accused Laura of fabricating medical documents?
That has nothing to do with the data.
Does it concern you as it doesn't have anything to do with the data? It doesn't mean that you should do a deeper dive to.
It has quite a bit to do with the data. Because if somebody is willing to go out and fabricate data, doesn't that bring everything into question? It absolutely has something to do. That's a ridiculous statement.
Verify the authenticity of the data?
If you have proof that the tests from Banner or from Ravgen or from the quantitative HCG were fake, I'm willing to take a look at them, but...
So, Banner, Ravgen, and quantitative HCG. So, you look at what he's saying that he actually relies on in this. And then you look at some of the results. Again, inconclusive, little to no fetal DNA. How does that work into the puzzle? How did he look at that and think, well, let me just push that to the side? He's saying he included that. None of this stuff gives him pause at all? Of course not, though. He got paid quite a bit of money, I'm sure, to be on there. We don't know his pay rate, but he got paid quite a bit of money. You know, these people did not work for cheap. Like one of the most lucrative rackets out there is this. It's insane. We're talking about probably tens of thousands of dollars.
That's what I have.
But doctor, we have proof. She changed the sonogram and she changed the HCG levels in one of the tests that you relied on.
I didn't rely on the ultrasound, and I didn't rely on the faked 100 and whatever thousand.
Okay. You know that Laura testified that we can agree, you reviewed absolutely 0 records from Laura's PCP, correct?
I don't know who her PCP is.
Well, that's a problem. Wouldn't you have wanted to talk to her PCP and see what drug she was on?
I saw what drugs she was on from Barrow.
No, you saw what drug she was on from a neurologist that she had telemed visits with.
No. You saw what drugs that she was on that she self-reported. That's a lot of stuff, too. You're assuming that they went in, they pulled up a patient portal, they went through everything that she was on. Again, he says, oh, well, from Barrow, one place. Do you know that they pulled up all these things? Do you know that they actually went through her medical records and pulled that up? Or again, are we talking about self-reporting? Have they updated those records? You know? He gets nailed in this badly. He's torn apart. Heather, thanks for the 5, by the way. A woman in my community didn't know she was pregnant until 6 months. She was getting light period. Strange things happen. This is not one. Indeed. And that's the ugliness. That's what I was saying about a person like this. They're taking all of the women that have gone in, and they're using this as an excuse for somebody that's obviously faking it. They're taking the, going by his numbers. He said 20,000 women, thousands of women that lost children. And he's using this to support a liar. That disgusts me.
You didn't request, doctor, records from her PCP, correct?
I did not.
And you would agree that, thank you. You would agree that it would have been helpful had you reviewed her historic gynecological records, correct? Correct?
The testing of her, whether she was pregnant or not, had nothing to do with her gynecological
You
records.
have no idea whether or not she had elevated HCG in her system in the years before with any of the other litigation, do you?
The fact that she had a negative HCG at the end of her pregnancy tells me that she didn't have familial HCG in her system.
Okay, doctor, let's
You don't
really
have
quickly talk
drugs or
about
anything
other
else.
things that could have caused Laura's HCG to be elevated. As a physician and a scientist, you would agree that HCG could be elevated due to pituitary gland issues, correct?
Yes,
It could be elevated due to cancer, correct?
yes,
Ovarian cysts.
depending on if it was cancer.
And you're aware that Dr. Yee and Dr. Chan both provided medical record, well, both indicated that Laura had ovarian cancer.
I saw those records. I didn't.
I'll move on. Let's go back. It could be elevated HCG could be caused by weight loss drugs.
I'm not aware of weight loss, but there are drugs that can alter HCG results.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. How about anxiety medications?
Yes,
How about antidepressants?
yes.
And you have no idea whether or not Laura was on any of those medications because you didn't review her historic medical records other than what was provided to you by telemed at Barrows, correct?
I saw that she was on some of those medicines,
What medicines?
the anti-anxiety medicines.
An anti-anxiety medicine that you just said
Man, I tell you what. I'm telling you. Like, I feel targeted. You know what I mean? I absolutely feel targeted by this platform. That's a bunch of crap. Give me a minute. I'm setting back up. It's so nuts. Now, you know what? Like, I'll connect what we're doing again, but I got knocked off through here. I'm not disconnected from any service. I've not been struck or anything else. I was knocked offline yet again. Like this has happened a few times. It happens when you're covering specific items. Not only that, but interestingly enough, I lost my so in my portal here, it's supposed to keep a live track of how many people are watching. It's not connecting it and telling it how many people are watching either. Fascinating. But anyway, I'm going to hook back up to this. Give me 1 second. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. You know, I'm back though. I'm hooking back up to it. Just give me a minute, okay? It'll take me a second. I appreciate your patience. But again, you know, this kind of stuff, it feels very I don't know other people having these problems, you know. And again, I'm not losing connection or anything else. I tested. I have Twitter pulled up right beside it. So the first thing I do is check to see if I've lost connection, and I did not lose any kind of connection. I was knocked out of freaking. I was knocked out of my ability to stream for a minute, and there was no ability to reconnect either as that went on. Just craziness. But anyway, let's continue. You may have lost a sentence or two. I apologize for that. That's beyond my control. Let's go on. That I feel like, you know, this comment, if you're over the target, win. Yeah.
I saw no records of that, and there would be no reason why, if she was pregnant, that she'd be on those.
One last question, doctor. The antipsychotic clozapine causes elevated HCG, does it not?
It's been reported to.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect.
One question. Dr. Medchill, regarding the potential of some issue other than pregnancy being the source of Laura's HCG in her blood, are you aware that after November 14th, or on November 14th, she tested negative twice?
Yes.
If Laura had drugs or tumors or cysts or anything else that was causing an elevated HCG level, would she have tested negative for pregnancy twice on November 14th?
No, it would have still been positive.
See, there's no records of what she could take a medication. First of all, we're talking about prescribed medications. You don't know if she was on a medication or anything else. They're not testing her for anything like that. So they're talking about her prescribed medications. Let's assume that she's not manipulating a medication that she found out would actually give her a specific type of result that was hers. Is there another medication that she'd be taking? Or is there something else, you know, anything else out there, you know, that could be causing problems? There's still about 900 of you stayed through that interruption, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, it's still not logging in my portal. I can see it on the chat, but I can't get a fair reporting through what I'm doing. So if I get knocked off again, I will come back until I get banned or something else. Well, I'll find out. But let's continue. I mean, it's just ridiculous, though, the medication thing. Again, there's a lot of assumption there. This assumes that she's not doing something that she knows will give her that result. You know, way back when, she may have found a way to manipulate these tests. If she's going in and getting positive results for pregnancies that you cannot prove actually transpire, I mean, like I said, that's absolutely nuts. It's also not logging the super chat window too. So, Laura Owens, I see you there. Thanks for the dude, got you again. Indeed, maybe. I'm reading off the chat, so I'm going to catch y'all as I can. Evil Befall, thanks for the 26 months too. Fun, hey there, and fun times. Yeah, we are having some fun times indeed. You know, oh man, what a crazy thing.
Okay, before you sit down, doctor, I just have a few questions. So you said that HCG requires a prescription, correct?
The injection, yes.
Okay. Does Planned Parenthood have the authorization to write those prescriptions as far as you know, in Arizona anyway?
I can't imagine any reason why they would. It's a drug that's used to induce ovulation, so it's used in infertility patients.
Okay.
Planned Parenthood doesn't normally do infertility.
I understand, but that wasn't my question. My question was, are the medical doctors there able to write a prescription for it if they chose to, if they deemed it medically necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review either the plan?
So that went really bad for her too. This went in a way, like I said, when I first watched this, I was not anticipating. She was, that whole Planned Parenthood lie. The judge is asking, hey, medication-wise, could she have asked for something that would have allowed her to do this? You know, again, assuming that Laura actually did have some type of meeting that we don't know. We don't know what that was for. We don't know anything about that. If that thing was real, she's trying to spin it as, this was a positive. I'm doing something positive. And the judge is like, actually, could she have used this for some kind of nefarious reason? I think that's bad for her too. What's up, Heather? Thanks for the additional 5 too. YouTube sucks. You have no say in what's reported. I've been in YouTube jail twice. I have no idea why. They need to do better. Indeed. You know, and other platforms, you know, people mention, well, there's other platforms too. Well, the only problem is that they don't even have a system where you can argue with it. So it's not better. AKA the cat lady, thanks for the 2. Hey, thanks for a fun Saturday night. I appreciate you. I'm glad we're here. Like I said, you know, this is a long live stream, but it's fun. The kids, you know, they're laying down. They had a fun day. They got to, you know, have a pool party yesterday. So we actually have plenty of, you know, I usually don't have this much time, but everybody's situated, calm. At least for now. We'll see later when it wakes up. But knock on not real wood, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's a long last year, but this stuff is, like I said, it's fascinating to go through, especially where we're able to see the judge and to actually get a clear indication of the judge's thinking, because the judge is paying attention. You've seen her this whole time. You know, we've seen her for a while now. And she's paying attention to all the documentation that comes up. She's paying attention to what Laura herself reported. I never would have thought about, hey, wait a minute. If that did exist, could Laura have done something not so good? We don't know, do we?
On parenthood records from Mission Viejo or Los Angeles?
No.
Okay. Follow up to the court's question.
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Follow up to court's
The
questions.
expert didn't
Thank
review
you.
that.
You can
That's
step
what
down.
she noted too.
And counsels, before we call the next witness up, just so that I point this out to the parties, we've explored B9, B31, and A12 that have not been moved. So I don't know if that was just an oversight or if the parties are intending to move those.
I'm sorry, could I have those numbers again?
Sure, B9, B31, and A12 were addressed but not moved.
I would move to admit A12. A12 is Dr. Medchill's report.
No objection to that. And we move to admit B9 and B31.
All right, and I assume no objection, counsel?
I just wanted to look what they were.
You explored them with your client on direct.
Those are his, actually. So.
Yep, no objection there.
So they didn't actually bring that stuff in. So, you know, when he talked about things, he mentioned it, but he didn't actually go in and move these specific items into evidence. Brian, by the way, thanks for 5. What's up, Brian? How you doing? Good job, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Deanna, thanks for the 20 there. That super sticker. OB. I like that super sticker. I don't think I've ever seen that one. I like that one.
Okay, the court will receive what's been marked as B9, B31, and A12. Thank you. You can call your next witness.
And Your Honor, if we can get a time check again, if you don't mind.
Sure. Respondent's at 34 minutes, 36 seconds. Petitioner is at 46 minutes and 6 seconds.
Petitioner's almost done.
I'm going to reserve the rest of my time, so I'm done.
Okay. All right, counsel?
Judge, with some technological help, and hopefully we're not on the clock, we're going to call Dr. Deans.
Okay. All right. So you're on the clock for her testimony, but getting her set up is not.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Deans, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, counsel?
before we go on the clock, Dr. Deans, can you hear me? It's the voice of Greg Woodnick.
Yes, I can see you.
Dr. Deans looks so much more put together, too. You know, here's the thing. Dr. Deans comes in, not retired. You know, this stuff does help. You notice how she's dressed. I mean, everything says, hey, medical professional. You know, we've seen other cases where they brought in expert witnesses and they look like, and they sound like crackpots. You know, in the presentation, like she's very concise too. I think that has, you know, I think that has an impact as well, personally. I know it, you know, we know it does on juries, but you know it has to have an impact on judges too. K-Rap, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships too. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. This has been a wild one for that, man. Thank y'all, John, everybody. Thank you, folks. Appreciate all of you.
You too.
And counsel.
There you are. Thank you. All right, we're ready, Judge. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure she can hear everybody. Counsel, will you do a test,
Ooh,
please?
it's tracking you all again, finally.
Mr. Chris.
Hi, Dr. Deans. Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning. I can hear you.
Can you see me?
I can.
All right. And doctor, before we get started, and I give this advisory whenever we have virtual witnesses, is if you need, I understand we've all got multiple screens going. If you need to look at a report or your notes or something different, I need you to let me know that you're going to do that. We'll give you an opportunity to do it wherever that document is located. Once your recollection has been reflected, please look away from that screen and let us know that you're ready. Additionally, you should be able to see, once we put it up, any exhibits that either counsel will ask you to review. Please let me know if you can't see it, okay?
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. When you're ready, counsel.
Hi, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go lightning fast. Introduce yourself to the court, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Samantha Deans,
Where'd you go to medical school?
Indiana University School of Medicine.
Are you board certified?
Double board certified.
What's your first board?
Obstetrics and gynecology.
And your second board?
Complex family planning.
Well, you have 2 fellowships?
Just 1 fellowship.
Thank you. Do you teach?
I do.
Medical students and physicians?
Medical students and resident doctors, yes.
You teach them gynecological and early family planning?
Yes, complex family planning, yeah.
All right, thank you, Professor Deans. You've provided us with your CV, which is Exhibit 39. I'd move to admit.
Any
No
objection? B39 is received.
You also did a report for us. It's Exhibit 41, which we'll pull up on the screen. Did you have an opportunity to review the medical records for Laura Owens?
Yes, the ones I was provided with.
Exhibit number 41, did you know that that was published online on a website?
Just to confirm, I'm looking at my report, and no, I did not know that was published on a website.
Did you give Ms. Owens permission to publish your report on a website?
I did not.
Okay. Judge, I'm tendering Dr. Deans as an expert here.
Any objection?
See, none of these people, when Gingras went out and published all of this, that's what we're talking about, him publishing this to his blog, nobody was aware that he was out here showing absolutely everything that was going on. I mean, that comes as a shock to everyone. And it allowed them to not only note that, but they're noting it where the judge gets to find out about it. See, that's kind of slick, because it's not only saying, hey, to the witness, did you know about that? But hey, judge, you realize like these reports right here are actually being utilized.
No, I have one voir dire question for her.
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Deans, hi, good morning. How many children have you delivered as a OBGYN?
Probably too many to count, but I would say at least 3,000 at this point.
Okay, I stipulate to her expertise.
All right, so stipulated.
All right. Basic question, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go fast here. Do you have concerns regarding the legitimacy of some of the records you reviewed?
I do.
If this court were to assume that the June 1st HCG test actually came from Laura, would that confirm pregnancy?
No.
What is the medical standard of care to confirm a pregnancy?
That would have to be either serial HCGs showing a trend over time, or a pregnancy test and or an ultrasound, or a physical exam that confirms an intrauterine pregnancy.
And we had none of that here, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you exhibit number 28. Are you aware that that's the ultrasound from Laura? Are you aware that that was altered?
Yes, I am.
Laura claimed it was anonymous and from Planned Parenthood. Any thoughts about that?
Patients cannot be seen anonymously at Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, having been a former medical director of Planned Parenthood, PPFA, which is our national guidelines, require identification at the time of a visit to confirm the identity of the patient. The patient can't be seen anonymously.
Thank you.
They also couldn't be seen under a fake name unless they falsely presented that. So the claims that she's making, like again, like she said, you know, they went for anonymous, but she also wouldn't be allowed to be seen under a fake name unless again she went in and falsely presented like a fake ID. So the whole idea, again, you know, I get on rants about expert witnesses, but this right here, this is devastating to Laura's case. In fact, this is why I think they changed up, because I think they knew when they looked at this person's credentials, they already know what they're going to say anyway in reports, but they also know that beyond that, this person, yeah, they were attached to Planned Parenthood. So that lie just totally fell apart. You can't go in. You can't check in anonymously at all. There's no way. And again, we've talked about that anyway. The absurdity to that idea. You know, not just for providing you quality care, not being able to check up on you, but again, this could cause you issues. You could be sued. But it also goes to a fake ID, unless she misled them. And that by itself is yet another problem. Something that I would think that would be a very interesting question too. Law-wise, what happens if somebody goes in and they go to a Planned Parenthood and they use a fake name? What fake name are we talking about too? Are we talking about in order to have identification? Are we talking about using somebody else's name? Did she go in and misrepresent herself as another person? Or is she saying that, again, she misled them with just totally fake, false information? As far as criminal aspect, I wonder, like, what kind of law is that breaking? That has to break some law, right? Like, I haven't really thought about that before. But when you think about the idea of that's got to be. I'm curious. I'll ask Megan about following up on that, because I'd like to know. I'm making a note of that. I actually want to follow up on that.
Laura claims she was pregnant with twins. Anything you reviewed in any of the medical records confirmed that Laura was pregnant with twins?
No.
Laura claimed that the twins were boy and girl gendered. Anything that you reviewed that confirms that?
It's a Pac-Man. I told you. Look at it. It's a freaking Pac-Man. That's what happened to it. The little Pac-Man on the left ate the that looks like, if you play Pac-Man, you know how you have like bananas and fruits. That's an orange. So this Pac-Man here, when it was waka waka and all around this board, we're gonna call this board a womb. This little Pac-Man right here ate the orange. That's what it's supposed to do, after all, right? Waka waka waka. No, and all that was left behind were the ghosts.
Recall reviewing the October 16th HCG test. I think it had a 100 or 3-digit HCG level on it.
I do.
Are you aware that there's actually 2 other versions of that exact same test in circulation?
What's up, General?
I've heard that. I have not seen them.
If I told you there was another version with 1,000 times higher HCG level, would that cause you concern?
Yes, it would.
Are there alternate causations for a positive HCG test, as we have here?
Yes, sir.
Did you review I'm going to skip over the photos. Did you review Dr. Medchill's report?
I did.
You're aware that Laura first claimed she miscarried in September or October, and then the photos that are in the report indicate that it happened in the 3rd week of July, correct?
Correct.
pursuant to Dr. Medshow's report, he concluded.
You know, all these video game companies, they get ticked off when you like misrepresent their product. Do you think like, who owns this still? Is it Activision that owns Pac-Man? Do you think they would be upset that Laura was actually, that's what she did. She checked in. I bet her ID said Miss Pac-Man. She went in with like a giant bow on her head, just like Miss Pac-Man. And she showed them this. And they were like, oh, yeah, 100%. That's right. That's why they opened up on a Sunday. Because everybody there they were like, what the hell? They never seen anything like it. I mean, heck, I'd open up on Sunday if like Miss Pac-Man walked in with a baby Pac. I would. It's so absurd.
Concluded, do you agree with his conclusion that the data here warrants that Laura was 99% pregnant?
No, I do not agree with that assessment.
Do you agree with Dr. Medshow that the record confirms, this is from his report, a May 20th conception date?
Absolutely not. There's no data to confirm a conception date at this point that would require an ultrasound dating of a pregnancy.
Professor Deans, thank you. Judge, I just moved to admit Exhibit 41 if I didn't already.
Boom. Speed ran that.
No objection.
Speed 41 is received. Cross-examination when you're ready.
Dr. Deans, you reviewed records that showed that Laura had HCG in her blood October 16th, 2023. You familiar with those?
Yes.
Where did that HCG come from?
It could come from a variety of sources.
Okay, and your report mentions some of those sources. I'm just going to ask about specific things. Exogenous injection, I'm assuming that's a fancy way of saying sticking yourself with a needle.
Correct. Exogenous would be an HCG source from outside of the body.
And do you have any information, or have you seen any records that suggest that happened here?
I don't.
Okay. Heterophilic antibodies, which I did a little reading on that, some sort of allergic response, it sounds like maybe?
Correct. An autoimmune response can be triggered by exposure to animals and create positive tests.
Okay.
Like horses?
But the fact that Laura tested negative for pregnancy November 14th would appear to be inconsistent with at least the heterophilic antibody theory. Would you agree?
Oh my God. Does that mean like if she gets around horses and like, rubs up on them and stuff, like with enough of that, and like if she had that, she could test positive, and then if she stopped doing it, her body would stop that and would test negative? Huh, that's interesting. You're not saying that happened. Just saying, I mean, it's in the realm of possibilities, right? That's crazy. Rachel, thanks for 20 months, by the way. Good to hear you've not lost your humor despite your partner in crime being away. Love to the Tug family. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. And Heather, thanks for the 5 there, too. I wish they would have focused on the people, not the exhibits. The new angle is interesting. Her expert witness lost his credibility. 2 careers done. Yeah, you would think, like, as an expert witness, I wouldn't want to hire that guy again. Would you hire her expert witness? Honestly, because as far as composure in the courtroom, as far as credibility, he made it worse. And again, to go in and present her as a 99 point whatever percentile to say for sure that she was pregnant, that alone, that took a lot of skipping over. You have to leave a lot of stuff on that proverbial table, right? But I would never want to hire them. Not just because they're a liar, but they look like a proven liar.
Agree with that?
It depends on the type of test. A urine pregnancy test might be positive, but a blood test could still be positive. It depends on the assessment and the level of HCG at the time of the test.
Okay, and I think Dr. Medshill said, and I think you also said, that cancer can cause elevated HCG levels. That's a fact, right?
Correct.
And have you seen any records to suggest that Laura has cancer presently, or that she did in 2023?
Not presently, no. I know there's a discussion of a prior history of ovarian cancer.
I understand that. But regarding 2023, if Laura had cancer in 2023 that caused false positive pregnancy tests between May and October, when the last one was, how can you explain her testing negative in November?
I think it makes that less likely unless she had treatment in the meantime.
And another option that you wrote about in your report was something called familial HCG syndrome as being a way that someone could test positive, have HCG in their blood, not from pregnancy, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how rare that is?
Very rare.
Look at Gingrich,
I read that it was
man.
about
He rubs
10
his
cases in the
face like
planet. Does that sound about right to you? And again, if Laura had familial HCG syndrome, that would explain some false positive tests in the middle of the year, but it wouldn't explain the negative at the end, would it?
That is correct.
Dr. Deans, in your report, you talked about objective evidence of pregnancy. On the first page in particular, you said that the only objective evidence of pregnancy is a Banner urgent care serum quantitative HCG from, well, I think that's actually a misstatement. That October 16th wasn't at Banner, but there was a serum HCG, and you've referred to that as objective evidence of pregnancy. Is that true?
Correct.
And in the absence of some other explanation, cancer, familial, horse tranquilizers, or whatever, in the absence of some other explanation, you would agree, and Dr. Medshill, I think, said, that HCG test from October 16th is objective evidence of pregnancy, right?
It is objective evidence, and one of the possibilities of that objective evidence is pregnancy.
Right. And if a woman is pregnant, regardless of how much or how little prenatal care she has, she's still pregnant, right?
If they are pregnant, yes.
I mean, a woman could be pregnant and have no ultrasound until the day the baby comes out, and she's still pregnant, right?
Yes, and the objective data would be the baby coming out of her body.
Right. And Dr. Deans, you worked, or your report and your resume indicated that you worked at Planned Parenthood for a while?
That's correct.
In that capacity, did you counsel women regarding terminating their pregnancies?
Correct.
And just for the record, I'm strongly pro-choice, strongly Planned Parenthood.
Just for the record, by the way, it's fascinating that he would bring up Planned Parenthood. Yeah, like you would think in your strategy to defend all of the stuff that came up with Planned Parenthood, bringing it up at all. I mean, that's probably not the smartest way to play, you know, because again, you don't want to remind the judge of Planned Parenthood over and over again, because the judge, again, made the connection for sure, 100% made the connection with that. Not the smartest thing. I don't even know why he was like, oh, and by the way, you know, I am. Well, what does that have to do with anything whatsoever? That has no bearing on the case whatsoever. Well, and in fact, it's not about David Gingrich. This entire case, unless, you know, later on they're planning on a trip to Iceland. I mean, I don't see how he works into that except as the lawyer. That's it. Thanks for the two, by the way. Dang it, Tug. Now I want to play Pac-Man. Waka waka indeed.
If a woman was choosing or was thinking about choosing to terminate her pregnancy, why would she have prenatal care?
Oftentimes patients seek care first to confirm their pregnancy before they make their decision about how to end it.
But in a lot of states...
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you've run out of time.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No redirect. Thank you, Professor Deans. We appreciate your help.
All right, any objection to the professor disconnecting?
No.
No.
All right, thank you, Dr. Deans. If you'd like to disconnect, you may. If you'd like to stay and listen, you absolutely may.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
People could also, you know, you're talking about a choice being made. Just because someone seeks counsel about something does not mean that they are going to follow through with that too. So that whole line of questioning was ridiculous. You know, seeking an opinion on something does not mean you're going to follow through with said opinion. You know, people seek multiple options. You know, they talk about multiple things. Again, I would have been curious. I would have liked to have heard what he was going to try to add to that. The way that cut off, though, not only did that not bear really any relevance whatsoever to what we're talking about here. I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, well, if she was planning on actually having an abortion, why would she go through with all of this anyhow? But, you know, the problem with that is that she went in and she filed against Clayton. So she obviously wasn't going with that choice. If she's looking for a parenting plan and more, she's at least presented to the court that she was planning on having a child. It's just a ridiculous line of questioning.
Time check, Judge.
38 minutes, 57 seconds.
We're going to call Clayton quickly.
Clayton. Claytonio.
Clayton, I'm going to be lightning fast. State your name to the court.
Clayton Echard.
Did you participate and sign the pretrial statement that we provided to Judge Mata?
Yes.
Are those statements true and accurate?
Yes.
Are we asking the court, in light of our very limited time today, to consider our pretrial statement as part of your testimony today?
Yes.
How did you meet Laura?
So, pretrial statement again. Some people miss this. Everything he said before, that actually factors into it. So even though they're speed running their questions, Clayton does a fantastic job at this, by the way. But even though they're speed running it, everything else factors in too. Heather, by the way, thanks for the 2. Because she prevailed before. That's true too. I mean, that's actually true with what we were talking about. That's one of the things, you know. Well, they thought they could just get away with a dismissal. Ultimately, that's what they're aiming for. They're saying, none of this stuff has any relevance. So what if she lied? So what if she did all of this stuff? I mean, ultimately, there is no child, so let her off the hook. That's what they went with. And, of course, it didn't work. So,
Laura targeted me on LinkedIn. She asked to do real estate. We ended up exchanging contact info. She became flirtatious, sent me a provocative photo. I told her to come over, and then we saw homes the next day.
Did you have sex with Laura?
Absolutely not. I've said time and time again, she performed oral on me twice. That's it.
Have you heard 2 other versions about what happened?
Absolutely. Many versions. She's claimed that she was raped by me. She also claims I was too high to remember what happened that day.
I'm going to repeat what you just said. She claimed she was raped by you and that you were too high to remember?
That's correct.
Were you too high to remember?
Well, that's incorrect. I remember every single thing from that night.
Did you rape her?
No, I did not.
It's gross that he has to say this, by the way. It is gross that he has to go in and that they have to lead with that. Because again, this becomes something that is so life ruinous because of what she just tried to do there that it put him on the defensive. And that's the whole point to this. It put him on the defensive for that specific thing. Oh, I got a kid popping up. I'm going to let it play for a second. Give me 1 minute. I think somebody woke up. Give me a second.
Stated that she gave you oral sex twice that evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did you complete?
Her mouth both times.
What happened the second time?
She ran straight to the bathroom.
Were your fluids ever down there, as Laura has claimed?
No.
What happened the next days?
The next day, we went and saw houses. I told her that I crossed the professional boundary. I told her that that was a one-time thing. It would not happen again. She became very agitated at that point, was crying, and asked for me to give her a chance.
Wait, hang on for a second. She came over to your house. She gave you oral sex twice. The next day, you told her you weren't interested in her?
That's correct. I rejected her, yes.
And then 4 days later, what happened?
4 days later, she started making claims that she could possibly be pregnant.
But hang on.
See, look at how fast this comes together. By the way, that wasn't. I thought I heard the door, and it wasn't the door. I had to go and check. Anytime I hear something, you know, the parent antenna goes over. Like, what is that? But look at the timeline. Look at how this comes together. Look at how fast she gets in. She expected, again, in her mind, they're going to have some long-term relationship. Within days. Within 4 days. I mean,
Did your penis ever go inside her accidentally, inadvertently, or anything like that?
No.
Did you dribble? Do you play basketball, Clayton? Do you have a basketball inside of your bedroom? Did you perhaps, do you have a basketball goal outside of your house, Clayton? Did you happen to do, like, say, a layup with her? Maybe you passed her the ball? Maybe inadvertently you could have caused something like that? Did you fall down on the court, Clayton? Could that have done? I mean, really? Oh, Lord.
You're a public figure. You're the bachelor. That's why everyone's watching today. Are you embarrassed to say who you've had sex with, Clayton?
I think I'm the last person to lie about who I've been intimate with.
Indeed.
Did you have penile vaginal sex whatsoever with Laura Owens?
No, absolutely not.
Has that been your story since day one?
My story's been consistent since day one.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 3. Just put that up on the screen. Thanks, Isabel. Did Laura start communicating with you more after she said she thought she was pregnant at 4 days?
Yes, nonstop. She sent me over 500 emails and text messages, 13 different phone numbers.
13.
Look at that. Drink that in. Over 500 emails and text messages. Over 13 different phone numbers making contact. You can't block it out. I mean, that's insane. Oh, no. Heather thinks, dude, Tug, we've exchanged emails and you're the father. No. No. I mean, really. Like, this is nuts, though. 13 different freaking numbers. So anytime he would block her out, because he said he blocked her on stuff. What does she do? She just continues going with another number. My God, that is absolutely insane. I like this. Thanks for the 5. Make accountability great again. Indeed. I mean, 13 freaking phone numbers, 500 emails and text exchange. Remember, though, he was supposed to select one random statement she made out of something, and since he didn't deny all of that, apparently all of that happened. That's crazy. Over here, Ryan thinks to do. Clayton, are you a fan of the Harlem Globetrotters? Oh no. We're like, Clayton, do you own Sports Center? Do you think while Laura was over that LeBron James was on the TV pregnant? The end. That proves it. Dribble, right?
15 phone numbers?
2 phone numbers.
How many messages?
Over 500.
Exhibit 3, is that a sample of those texts and emails that were shown to Judge Gail Ketsis in the injunction against harassment hearing from November 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 3, and Judge, you already took notice because you watched the videos.
I assume no objection.
No objection.
B3 is received.
At some point, did she start calling your mom, who's in the courtroom?
She started reaching out to my parents. She started reaching out to my work organizations. She started reaching out to people, women that I talked to in the past. She went for everybody.
Was she claiming anything in particular?
She was claiming that I was, a deadbeat that's not supporting her through her pregnancy.
Well, hang on. It was more than that, Clayton. It was a deadbeat who was not supporting her through her pregnancy of what?
With twins.
Twins.
With
Yes.
twins.
Did she reach out to the Sun magazine?
She did, yes.
Did she ever tell you what genders the imagined twins were?
A boy and a girl.
Did she ever tell you, drawing your attention to some motions Laura filed, and for purposes of attorney's fees, she filed a motion to communicate on August 8th, a motion to compel communication on August 23rd, and August 29th, a few days later, an expedited motion to communicate, and then shortly thereafter, she filed an order of protection against you, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she's filed orders of protection against 2 other individuals seated in the back of the courtroom, correct?
That's correct, yes.
They are on the left?
Yes. Well, my right, but yes, your left.
Thank you. Greg Gillespie and?
Michael Mancini.
I want to look at exhibit number 7, Clayton. Is that a true and accurate copy of email communication between you and Laura from July 1st, 2023?
Absolutely, yes.
You received it?
I did, yes.
And she sent it?
She sent it,
You
yes.
heard her testify with Ms. Arena from my office, or excuse me, with Mr. Gingras, denying that emails exchanged were from her. She seems to be blaming, I guess, Greg Gillespie for faking her emails. Did you remember her testimony?
Yes, she said that, but nothing she says is true.
She's actually sent you emails with videos attached to them, and you've responded back to them, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Specifically, exhibit number 7. I think you stated that it was a true and accurate copy. I think the caption, I'm going to try to read it on the caption, the top. I think it says, "The final opportunity to consider abortion." Do you remember getting this from Laura?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 7.
Any objection?
Do you agree that's real? Yeah, no objection, Your Honor.
Do you agree that's real?
Further down in that email,
hear that?
Clayton, and this will get awkward, but further down in that email on from July 1st, which was weeks after the alleged encounter, Laura references her tight vagina. Why is that both uncomfortable and relevant to the court today?
Because she's stating that if I would have felt how tight her vagina was, I might change my mind, which is her stating that I never penetrated her. We never had penetrative sex.
Wait, the exhibit that the court just received has Laura saying that her vagina was tight as if you hadn't been in there before?
That is correct.
Well, had you been in there before?
I had not, no.
All right. She also sent you communications in exhibit number 7 talking about wanting to have sex with you during a trial week. What was that about?
Yeah. She said that she would be the safest person to have sex with since she was already pregnant.
But hang on for a second. She told you she wanted to have sex with you because she was already pregnant?
That's correct.
How did you feel when you read that email, Clayton?
I've been sick to my stomach. All of this has made me sick.
Did you feel like she was trying to trap you?
Absolutely.
So again, I think all of that right there totally works against her narrative, her entire narrative. You know, if they had intercourse, why wouldn't he know about that? Again, she's safe too. And yeah, when he looks through that, of course, it's not just this entire thing making him feel sick to his stomach. But when you look at that, that is indeed an attempt to entrap him, because fake pregnancy. So she's trying to bait him in. Hey, since I'm already pregnant, I'm safe to have relations with. What if he'd have been stupid enough to do that? She became pregnant that way. He would have bought into a lie, but that would have led to something else. And he would have been chained to this person. And of course, they would, I mean, ultimately, if that would have happened, there would have been a child, you know, in this. And then, God, that could have gone so bad there. Jack's mom, thanks for that. Did you hear Alvin say that Laura Owens said the man before him abused her? Never asked his name. Wonder what she did to him. Indeed, you got to wonder. I mean, these are relevant questions. Like the people that came before. Again, how many people? How many people? You know, it's not just the twinspiracy. How many people has she gone out and tried to ruin this way? You know, anybody, the person before. Again, pointing the finger at them and saying that they did horrible things. Because this stuff, you know, it's developed a course over time. It's become a stronger and a stronger lie. You know, knowing, for example, that Ravgen, that kind of stuff, it's not going to confirm, it's not going to rule out, it's going to give little to no. Why would she do that? Well, where did she learn to do that? So yeah, the way that this starts up might not necessarily be with a pregnancy. Maybe claims that, again, you know, they snowball. She gets more and more attention for it. She gets more and more, you know, back pats on that too. And it's the perfect revenge. She can go out and she can say anything she wants about a person and just devastate them.
You heard the testimony with Dr. Medshow concerned that Laura was on IVF medications trying to get pregnant. Is that consistent with those concerns?
Yeah, I believe that she was taking medications.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 6. And let me restate that question. You heard my question to Dr. Medshow about IVF medications, which are used to cause pregnancy, and you share concerns that she was using those to trap you. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Exhibit number 6, Isabel. Exhibit number 6 is another email dated June 28th, 2023. Is that a true and accurate copy of the correspondence between you and Laura?
Yes, it is.
You remember reading this?
I remember reading this,
Do you remember reading it on June 28th-ish when you received it?
I do, yes.
And the title of this, can you read the title of this out loud for the court?
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight.
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight.
That's wild.
Move to admit exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
6 is received.
Thank you. I'm going to show you exhibit 11. Did Laura send you ultrasounds during this time period?
Yes, she did.
Is exhibit 11 an image of an ultrasound you received from Laura?
Yes.
She's going to claim that she didn't send this to you, but how do you know this came from Laura?
Because I was interacting with her from that same email address. I also took a screen record showing that it was from her email address, and that's where all my other communications have come from her.
So you see, again, how the supposed hacking worked in. She's communicating. All these messages keep coming in from the same place. And she decided in the aftermath to say, well, actually, the ones that don't work for me, that's hacked right there. Before and after, though, you have all these communications. And again, she points to some random item and is like, no. I didn't actually send that specific one. Why? Because that doesn't make me look good.
On exhibit number 11, this one says, the caption on it says, ultrasound video proof, correct?
That's correct.
And the signature block on there in the picture is the exact same signature block and picture from the other email, which is also not favorable to Laura, which she claims is not hers, correct?
Yes, no, that's
Move
right.
to admit exhibit 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
On exhibit 11, well, do you know where the video came from on exhibit number 11?
Yeah, from a YouTube video from 7 years ago.
YouTube video from 7 years ago?
Correct.
On that, this is the one that says smile, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one says GE.
No, this one's a different one, yes.
Okay, because how many are there? How many ultrasounds have you seen?
3.
Okay.
3.
This one, I think, on the caption says, and here's my 100 million% real ultrasound.
GE's, their slogan is, we bring good things to life. If she quoted that, oh man, that would be something else with it.
Yeah, a lot of zeros, yeah.
Do you remember, I don't know if my math is right on that. Do you remember receiving that?
Yes, I received it from Laura, yes.
Court already admitted it. I'm going to show you exhibit number 28. You recall receiving this ultrasound?
Yes, I saw this from Bonnie Platter.
Okay, I'm going to be real clear about this. Miss Owens just testified that she did not use this ultrasound in a court proceeding, but it was actually admitted as an exhibit by Laura through her counsel at the February 2nd, 2024 deposition of you, correct?
Correct.
All right, that video deposition of you, have you seen that recently?
Yes, I have.
Where did you see the video deposition of yourself, Clayton?
It was posted on YouTube by either her counsel or herself.
Wait, Laura or her counsel posted your video deposition on YouTube?
That's correct.
How many paternity tests?
That's nuts. Not only that, you have to wonder how some of that does not violate certain orders that are against her. Again, where when you have orders against somebody, they're orders against harassment. This is harassment. They're trying to do damage. And you saw how they were utilizing, they were cutting out bits and pieces, snippets, just putting up items. Again, trying to destroy this guy. It's craziness.
Tests did you take, Clayton?
3.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 36. You know what? I'm going to skip past that. That was the Dr. Medchill's. I'll skip past that. Well, you know what? Real quickly, how many versions of the HCG test have you seen?
2, I believe. Yeah, the 102 and 100.
One with more digits on it?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you exhibit number 46. Would you agree that exhibit number 46 for attorney's fees is a blog from Mr. Gingras where he acknowledges his client faked some of the science tests?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you, to move this along, exhibit number 55. Exhibit number 55 was right before your March 1st deposition, or right before, Laura's March 1st deposition. Actually, did she show up at her earlier deposition?
No, she didn't.
And the court ordered her compelled to attend, and we're still waiting for the court to order on attorney's fees for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
But at her, right before, what happened a day or two related to exhibit 55, a day or two before your deposition?
She threatened to extort me to the tune of $1.4 million in order for me to drop the deposition and the case entirely.
Wait a minute. She sent you a letter a day before trying to get out of the deposition?
Yes, she threatened me.
Threatened you with what?
Monetary means.
Is everything that we've talked about today so far, other than
$1.4 million. You either drop the case or else I will sue you for $1.4 million. I realize there's speed running, but really think about that too. If he pursues justice and this thing doesn't go, if this didn't go the way that he wanted, if she would have been allowed to slip this and actually go out and do whatever, he was rolling the dice on a threat. $1.4 million. That by itself should be criminal. Again, you've seen how they've tried to slither and snake around saying that's not really a threat. That's actually something else. Yeah.
in the YouTube videos, which are more recent, is everything addressed in prior pleadings already before Judge Mata?
Yes.
Really quickly, for attorney's fees purposes, exhibit number, well, let me get in a few exhibits real quick. Exhibit 29, 37, and 59, these are the medical records from pursuant to subpoena from doctors for Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, and Dr. Higley. We move to admit they've all been considered by the experts.
I'm sorry, you said 37?
Strike that, sorry, 29, 37, and 59.
Any objection?
Not to those. Did we talk about Exhibit 54 yet?
Hold on 1 second. 29, 37, and what was the other one?
59.
59 are received. We'll talk about that one after council.
And then I'll go back. It was exhibit number 55, which is the letter that Laura sent you, suing you to sue you for $1.4 million before the deposition. Move to admit.
Now, that one I'll object to. That's a Rule 408 settlement offer, Your Honor. He's offering to prove that the claim's not valid. That's absolutely inappropriate.
Judge,
Over objection, the court's going to receive it for the purposes of attorney's fees.
So again, you see how they spun that. Oh, no, that's totally valid. It's okay. That was actually an offer. We were making an offer there.
Only, counsel, you have run out of time.
I'm out of time?
You're at 50.
I'm at 50.
So you can go sit back down.
Had to pack a lot of crazy into that really short span.
Okay, so counsel, what exhibit were you asking me about? You said has something been moved.
54. We just cured that, Judge.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so at this time, what the court's going to do is I'll take this under advisement. What that means is I'm going to go back. I'm going to review the notes that I took today. I'm going to review the evidence that was admitted to the court, and then everyone will receive my order in writing.
Your Honor, I've one housekeeping matter. I'm leaving the country tonight. I'm not back until June 28th.
Leaving the country.
If the court issues something that requires a quick response, I'm going to be on a boat and I may not have the ability to respond. So I would just ask either that you grant me some extension if I need it. I return.
I'm actually leaving the country right now. Remember, during all of this time, by the way, like I want you to think about what's going on. So he says all of this, and the reason I wanted to include this part right here is because he tells the judge he's not going to be available. He needs to, granted this or that. And yet, during the decision time, they went after the judge's father. He had plenty of time to sit out here on his supposed vacation and to come up with this insane conspiracy wherein the judge's father was somehow coordinating with the quote-unquote Justice for Clayton crew. And, I mean, isn't that wild? Like when you take that in and you really think about, again, he wouldn't be available. Oh man, he's got to buy himself some time to actually do responses and stuff. But he found plenty of time to mail the court. Again, he didn't put in a filing. He emailed. He was trying to push for private communications with the judge. They told him, no, not comfortable with that. You need to actually make a filing. And then he says, oh, and of course, within days of me saying that, this comes out. Again, taking aim at the judge, taking aim at the credibility of the judge, saying that the judge, they spit out a ruling because they knew they had done something improper. Like that. That's what you glean. That's what I gleaned from reading what he had to say about it. Isn't it fascinating? But anyway, I'm going to leave that here, And like I said, I want to give a little bit of love again. Schnitzel Ninja, make sure that you go. Make sure that you subscribe to them. They have 1.5K subscribers, so about 1,500 subscribers are over. Give them some love. Make sure you thumbs up that. I'm happy that they put that up there. Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? Let me see if I missed any. I think I caught everybody's super chats in there too. Yeah, it looks like I did. If I missed something on accident, I apologize. We had a long live stream, almost 5 hours of live stream though. So I'm going to call it here. It's about 11 o'clock here. Usually I will not go for an obscene amount of time, but I mean, it was interesting to see it from this angle. I'm sure a lot of other people will have commentary on it too. There were a few things that I caught in there that I hadn't seen before. So, but anyway, I may live stream. There's a couple of topics I want to cover, so I may live stream tomorrow. We'll see what goes on, but if not, I'll catch you on Monday. Appreciate you folks too, and I'm just going to call it here. Thanks, folks.